What is up? We are live. I think yesterday we made a chair. It took a long ass time, but it's a hell of a chair, kind of. And I'm gonna make now shelves. Super boring, but like like really necessary. Not just for the school, but for like everything. Everything needs these, and they're all different sizes. And why model them like 20 times when we can just make one of them? Oh my god. It's early. And did I already click on this one? I don't think I did. So this is the new stuff on the marketplace. Am I streaming correctly? I am. This is good. Contemporary office furniture pack. Oh, that's what we're making. It's right. It's right here. We're making these things right now, and those ones too. Maybe. I think that they should be the same. What's up, Andres? How's it going, man? It is. It's real snowy, and it's real early. It's real early for me. The, these look very school-ish as well. These are great. We're gonna make these. Everyone makes these are IKEA. This is IKEA furniture. There's no question. Like I've owned, I think all of these in my life. This is the Malm desk. These shelves here, they're right there. They used to be called Xbit. I forget what they're called now, but and these are Malm, no question, nightstand and dresser. Yeah, so we're gonna make the generators. It's prop many months of props, which is cool. I wonder what keyboard this person has that modeled this. This is aspirational. Oh, actually, the carpet looks good. How did they make this carpet? How did they make that? I'm gonna buy this just for this carpet shader. How did they make it look all like a dog? Looks like a dog. I'm gonna pet that carpet. I have. Oh, what is it? Oh, this is multiple things. It's multiple. Started to rain. Yeah, it's kind of off and on rain and snow over here too. I have this one. I have this hotel. I made like some demo videos of it like back in the day. I was like this is like amazing. Like how could they do this? And I still haven't like executed a room like with this type of trim in it, but I'm pretty close, and I'm probably gonna generate it procedurally. But it's the baked lighting that makes this so like striking. I mean it's like it's nice architecture too. Yeah, so I've tested this one. I have the assets, but these are really good actually. We're not gonna be able to make shelves like that though. That's just a little too complicated for this generator. These are they're okay. Simple ArcViz system. That's a crazy ass UI right there. That's a crazy UI. It's a gizmo. I need to rewrite my gizmos. Oh, cool. Cool stuff. What's up, Ian? It's parallax occlusion. Oh, okay. Is that a palm? I haven't really used those too much yet. I was doing tessellation, and then it was like way too expensive for what I was doing. It wasn't worth it. That's a nice car. That is a nice. That looks like a Honda Odyssey. Something like that. Minivan life. How about a pillow generator? No joke. I'm gonna have to make them at some point for the beds. We're doing it. We're doing the prop game. Those are. I mean, are these parametric or something? Like what? Are they just static meshes? Nah, there's got to be more than that happening. It's C++. Are these parametric or something? Is he drawing these like dynamically, or did he just release cubes? Huh. Oh, and I saw this on LinkedIn. This LiDAR plugin. Yeah, I like it. I want my LiDAR scanner now. I want my LiDAR scanner. That's cool. So you plug in like what I hope is an E57, and they're just points, right? It's just a point cloud with color data, perhaps. merged in from whatever the scanner was using for color. And then you render those to like some sort of GPU sprite, right? Like that's what I imagine this is. But that's really cool. That would be like overwhelming in VR. And it would probably be very, I don't know, I wonder how fast they render. Rendering point clouds is not usually too bad because you don't shade them. You don't call it like, they don't really react to light. This looks like it meshed it though. Oh, here's the formats. TXT, XYZ, PTS, and LAS. Oh, no, E57. Oh, I guess, well, okay. Point Cloud plugin. It's got its own website. Is this the website from before? Someone was making this, and I don't know if it's like official now. It says Epic Games. It's interesting because usually visualizing point clouds is like super expensive, like $5,000 a year for the software to mesh it and bring it in. Probably just gonna do it in Unreal Engine for free pretty soon. Looks like a lot of nice new stuff is coming. Yeah, it's the beginning of it for sure. Like, I hear plowing. It snowed and they haven't plowed yet. I hear plowing outside. But like mostly it like works together. That's like the main good thing about it. Oh yeah. So let's pick the thing I'm gonna make here. You're gonna start dabbling in HDAs again? What were you doing before? Here's something from last night. You're gonna have to tweet it at me because you can't post links on YouTube. What the fuck am I doing? Oh yeah, shelves. I am actually excited. I don't know if excited is the word, but I am motivated to make this so that I never have to make it again. That's like the motivation for all of it. Oh, I made those, but yeah. Okay, so shelves have a top shelf. They have a bottom shelf. They have sides. Oh, I got to consider the top is actually its own object because it's gonna have trim on it, maybe. Tabletop shelf thing, bottom one that can be off the ground a little bit, siders, and then inner shelves, and then we're gonna also make it so that you can put what are they called, doors, panels, drawers on them. And so that kind of means that there's like the first step is actually the door panel generator, which is literally a cube with like a handle on the side or the top middle, and it's like a rectangle or it's a circle. Like, we don't have to actually model them out nicely. So there's a panel. We'll just call it the panel. It'll be a Boolean if you turn them on. This will be a grid generator, so everything has to be the same size, but that's most of shelves anyway, except for this one, of course, now. So it's pretty much like a simpler version of the window generator I wrote off stream. The window one was like, those are a little harder. But a lot of them, they're just going to end up in open face shelves. This is too much variation to be actually helpful so far. I'm just going to write like IKEA shelf. Explain it to me in words. What have you made in HDA? Oh, this is what they're called. Calyx. Yeah, these. This is one of the end goal ones. There's a bit of like, there's a little nuance as far as like just like designing the columns, but it's basically going to be like making a grid and then like 8 different group range node combinations to generate the points that we want, placing faces, and then controlling widths accurately. It's kind of like programming a UI, this grid, but it's like a 3D UI. Like all the UIs in Synergy, it's all this kind of like, but in this case we don't have to scale it though. It's like the UIs for video games are very, very technical because there's just so many different aspect ratios you have to support all at once. Yeah, so it's really a generator like this, and then you can put doors on each. The doors are a checkbox, and then actually I don't know how I'm gonna generate the framey part, and then the panels I've already done a placement script for them for Windows. It'll be similar. I don't know. And really I want like a school one to start, and so like if I'll make that like the first variation. It's shelf singular, huh? A pizza generator. That's cool. There is some advanced stuff out there for the Houdini, and I'm like making like shelves and like really boring stuff. But I mean, I guess with Niagara, I need to do like the full Niagara pipeline and the full vertex animation pipeline. But I don't really gain too much about doing like the crazy like fur simulations. That being said, Unreal Engine 4.24 does have new fur stuff where you can render each strand individually. And they bought one of the companies that was making the Maya plugin. I forget which one. So I hope I'm pretty sure the Houdini version of it will come. So these are really what we're looking for, but these are all open ones. I was kind of looking for ones that have shelves or have doors. So so you know what? The doors are independent of shelving as well. It's like you could have multiple shelves inside and then just the doors separately. I didn't think about that. We need to be able to make this one from it. Just trying to like make a general definition of these shelves in my head before I go and program it. Yeah, so the doors are independent. Like you could have all sorts of things. That's gonna be tricky too. That's like a sub. It's like there could be completely not related. Like you could have a fully bonkers inside, and then have one door, or two. So it's kind of like the door generator yesterday, but it just goes over this one. So really, this is almost independent, but it needs to store some like unit, like essentially like if we do like completely gridded out interiors, then there's always a unit. Like all the divisions we make, they'll always be the same. So there's always like a unit division, and then there's possibly a border. Like if I make this, so we're gonna have. Well, we have width, height, and depth, right? And we never go outside of that bounding box because it's gonna fit into a video game snapping system. Within that, though, there's this I guess I'm gonna bring this down. This comes down in case there's like a really big top part here. Then there's this bottom part, and so these are all taking away height from the inner. There's also the width of the side panels. And then we have the number of divisions. So it'll just be a grid, it'll be a matrix. And then there's like this inner row width and inner row height. Or we make them symmetrical, like they're not always. These become shelves though when they're exposed. So these have widths, and then so we have to multiply them by like this width by how many rows subtracted from the inner, and then chop it up, and then that becomes the grid that you place the thing on. So it's a lot of just like grids. Luckily, stacking group range nodes in Houdini is pretty awesome, and you can at least see it. Whereas like most vector math, you're just programming it and you're like hoping it's working, and you have no idea until you compile it or whatever, like run the script, and you're just like nope. Then group nodes are kind of nice for that. So the actual doors are gonna have to be different. They're like a different thing. But they'll be fed from like the same global parameters or something like that. And hopefully I just end today with some. We'll have like part of the generator, and then I'm just gonna generate like one shelf for the classroom, and I'll generate like one window hopefully. So yeah, so this is yesterday's work. It has a whole bunch of places that are not great. I do wish this came up this way, these like tapered together, but that would screw up my math, my placement math, and I don't feel like dealing with that at the moment. But it's good exercise in chairing, making chair things. Makes me want that quad remesher plugin. So subnetwork. This will have like several HDAs in it, but so it's just a shell. So wait, no, it's not. It's a CT. Actually, I don't even need to use the prefix. Whatever, shelf thing. Shelf generating. I'm not even gonna spell it right. Doesn't matter. So we'll have a geo, and this is where the collisions and LODs go. I don't do LODs yet though for this stuff. Geo shelf. Shelves. Yeah, we're going plural. And this is we'll be making like several, at least 2 HDAs for this one, or not just like subnetworks. I'm not gonna I might HDA the final one. We'll see. The shelves are never like contained in like anything that's feeding it parameters, so it's always like that final output. No. Houdini tutorials are really hard to watch, I find. At least they're very... It's such a slow ramp up till you get to like the actual thing. Like this takes me like 5 hours to like end up with a shelf. You know, it's like they're hard to watch. Like I like Houdini and I like this kind of stuff, but I still find like them very hard to watch. Shelf controls. Hockey time. Yeah, so this is basically the same thing as building UIs and UMGs. Anything that's boxes and grids, it's always the same. Usual suspects for making this stuff work. I'm gonna see if I can get away with not putting them in folders for now. So it's gonna have its bounding box, 3 dimensions. Then there's gonna be 3 dimensions of like the top height, the side heights, and then the bottom. Ooh. Well, I gotta look at the bottom real quick. If we're gonna do this, we could just make it really big, or we could do this like it's a skinny shelf and it's lifted off the ground and there's like a little footer. How would I define that? You know what? It probably looks best like, and it needs to be also, it needs to keep in mind like the IKEA version, which is like, it's just flat. I'll just keep it boxy for now. I'm not gonna get it like too. I'll build the variation once we have the boxed out version, the block out. So those are the 3 depths that kind of matter. And then there's the inner dimensions. Those essentially become columns and rows. And they're probably different. We might as well, because we're going full parametric, right? So these are like the inner width, these are basically like the vertical width and then like the horizontal. It's its height. This should capture most of it, and then it becomes details of like generating a different switch if there's like a different type of footer, and then the actual door panels themselves are a separate HDA that goes onto this that gets fed a certain thing. Oh yeah, and pretty important as well. Where is the separator? How many shell, like how many, I make the name of this different every time. It's like how many rows and how many columns are there. It's just same thing as like my window generator. Add a bike. That's gonna be a while. Actually, I could make that chair I made yesterday is basically a bike, like the idea. Because I'm gonna make a parametric bike, of course. I'm not making just one bike. Someday. That's not what we're building. We're building buildings and building location-y things. Okay, so we're gonna say shelf. Shelf is very generic. I need to. It's like almost like I need to like have a name for this. Like kind of like it's like the bounding box, but it's really like. You just start to like standardize how I want to name this stuff. It's like I almost want to call it like unit, but I would almost call the unit is like what the grids calculate out to. So I'll just call it shelf width for now. But I need to kind of come up with a name that all of these have, because like all of these start with bounding boxes. Shelf. It's like the objects. It's like the full. It's the bounding box. I guess I could call it that. I don't know. Shelf. Height. Shelf depth. Shelf depth. It's been a long time in the making that I need to make all these myself. It just always was too much of a pain in the ass to do it in Maya. Houdini has really like been the thing that's like kind of pushed me into making this stuff now, because it's like hopefully with this I can make it like at least like 5 different shelves, and that's helpful on its own. Oh yeah, so this is like the, I need like a name for this. What do I call it? Like the counter, the tabletop. I'm gonna call it the tabletop. Tabletop height. I'm gonna remember what that means. So tabletop. Let's say top height. Then we'll continue moving down. We're gonna say side width. These are like the retaining walls of the shelf. Side width. There's not too many of these. If there were like 30 parameters, that would be too generic of a name. I wouldn't remember what it meant, and it would get like kind of like yesterday. It gets confusing. I'm gonna say bottom. What did I call the? I'll say bottom height. And then this has an enumerator switch of like what type of bottom it is later. Okay, so those are the big dimensions. Those are the inner dimensions. Yes, then we're gonna have our, I'll call them columns and rows. That makes the most sense. I'm gonna call it column. So it's column width. So sometimes these are like really, really wide. And then I need to track accurately that even if the width is really wide, that the panels do not take the whole thing. That'll be some math at some point here. And we're gonna say our row height. And these are gonna get that, those names are already confusing, but they're like the inner dividers. I don't know what we call them. They're like the, oh, that's interesting too. Like that they're not actually, they're separate things. Well, we'll see. I'm still gonna block it out, and then there's a couple like there's like definitely some nuance on how they're actually constructed. I kind of see it. They're like doors. Everything's just like stacking. They're all just stacking. Just which one's on top. And this one, the shelves are stacked. It's stacked this way. Okay, and then we're gonna have our. I'm gonna treat this like it's a grid and not call them like shelves at this point. This is like the row number. I don't know if it's like row number or count. Like it's like number, amount, or count. I don't know what like the best thing is. Like num of is very programmery. Row count, row amount, row number. Row number is like could be like an ID. Row count, row amount. I think count is working pretty well. Like row count. Not sure. And then column count. Call counts. Okay, so that's not too many. And there's going to be a bunch of switches, and then we eventually will have a tab that will control the sub HDA of the doors. And I think for now I'm just going to put like a panel on each unit, and then within that you can just tell it like what, if it's a left right door, or it's and then what type of handle it is and what the handle offset is. Okay, so we don't want unit stuff to start, or at least we want to have one that's not. So we'll do 2 across, 0.8 up, and we don't want half of it. We don't want to half things. It's like 0.3. Should be very obvious if something's wrong. From that, top height based on a height of 0.8 meters. That's a pretty tall shelf. So we're talking centimeters here. So we're like 0.05, 0.03, bottom height of like a lot more. Like a point, make it big, 0.1. Column width, 2, height, make it 3. Row counts, we'll start with 1 and 1. Gotta start there. So those are like kind of those should be good for modeling this out. Houdini, shelves, CT, shelf, generator. I can't spell generator this early without help from the autocorrect. Shelf, generator 01. Yeah. Okay, so let's draw the bounding box first. Box. we will not probably use this object, but it helps just visualize like the dimensions. So we'll look at it into XYZ, which is this way, into positive XYZ. It's been working out. We draw it symmetrically until the end. I'm pretty sure for an object like this, because if we draw from boxes, yeah, I'm gonna probably use a lot of box primitives. They're all centered, so you're just fighting yourself if I align it to the bottom in the beginning. So, we're gonna do width, height. I need a hotkey for this. And depth. It's already shelf-like. So shelfy. The other approach, now that I'm looking at this, is to actually just subdivide this and select faces and then extrude them in. That's how a lot of ArcViz, that's like the very like 3D Max way of approaching it. It's probably like how everyone does it. But I tend to not like that. I don't know how you slice. I saw like a divide node. I don't know the nodes to actually do subdivisions, and then it's like I was gonna build it out of individual cubes. That's how I like to build these like the real objects. But something like a shelf really is a candidate for just like extruding it. I'm gonna build it like a real object. Never mind. So in this case, I'm gonna make the sides of it, they go all the way up, and then it's kind of arbitrary. It's almost like I could make that a switch. It's like which part of the shelf goes all the way to the top. It looks like in general the sides of the shelf go all the way up, and then what I'm gonna call rows are inside of it. That looks pretty common. I'm sure there's places where that doesn't happen. Like I wonder what it's like in that big one or like these bigger bookshelves. But at least for and then yeah, so not for this one though. On this one, the top caps it, so it could go either way, and it's a subtle difference. In game, you would never know. But it matters an awful lot for this. Oh, I could also make, yeah, I could definitely make the tabletop like this too, which means there's like a tabletop object on top of it that is separate than the top of the shelf. We could just add that on top of it. That's pretty easy. Like we build this shelf and then we just add a cube on top of it, and then we have a tabletop. So if I do this right, this is also the beginning of like the way more complicated kitchen built-in system that I have to build. That's going to be much harder. That'll be off of a spline, because kitchen cabinets like arc around and they do all sorts of crazy things. So it doesn't matter really. I mean, we just have to pick one. I'm gonna make the sides go all the way up. That's not how like most construction. And in this case, it's the sides too. And this footer, we need to make this footer a possibility. And it's not, wow, okay, so we're gonna build the box, and then these are like decorations on top. The tabletop is something you add on top of this box cube thing, and the footer is something that like comes up under it, and then you would just squeeze it down after. So we still have to just build the core shelf generator, and these are all decorations. I just want to make sure that it's not part of like the actual logic, or else I'll have to go and redo everything. I think that's okay. So we're gonna have the verticals go all the way on the sides, and then the tops are in between it, and I'll start to figure out what the middle pieces look like after that. So the first box that we're going to construct is the side. So this is box, single side. Leave this templated to make sure that we're hitting the right dimensions. And we're looking at it into XY. And so these are symmetrical. So mirror makes a lot of sense, is that I would transform and mirror it versus copy the points. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense. So this has a height of this thing, this one. And its width, we called it side width here. Copy parameter, so that's width on X. It's now centered. So because we're going to do mirroring, I'm going to left align it, then translate it, this easy amount here, and then mirror it, and we'll have perfect inner. Now then I have to start calculating the inner widths, which start to be all weird. But once I write this script will handle all of that for me. I never have to think about that. So we're going this way. We're going to shift this one. It's probably just blindly negative 0.5, and it's positive, so it's fine. So it's left aligned, and I'll do the transform separately after that. What about depth? I didn't do depth. So does it define the depth as well? I'm not sure how I'm going to handle that. Well, I'll just put it as this for now. So it takes this value for its third axis. Still center aligned, so we're still working like that. Why not use a little box and copy it? Because that's not how real shelves are built. Maybe there's some clever way of doing that, but I'm doing it like, I'm like constructing it like it's an IKEA shelf, which will do well for us when we go to like blow these up too, which we'll do someday with Niagara or Houdini. I don't know what, not Niagara, Chaos. I haven't done any Chaos demos, so I don't really know what kind of geometry you're supposed to feed it to blow it up. In general, I think building things like they are in the real world, the closer the better for destruction stuff. So it's left aligned. We have all axes hooked up, and then we're just going to do a transform. I need to, is there, can I just hit like, in blueprints, you'd like hold, I'm not even going to try it. You would like hold T and then click, because transform, you must do that a lot. I guess it's not that bad to hit tab and just write transform. It's kind of like tab, T, R, A, and S. It's still, like, I bet you there's radial menus. There's got to be faster ways of doing this, like, because when you make like 1,000 transform nodes over a week, it's like, you want those little things over time. I'm sure there's faster things. So we're going to transform over half shelf width. This is why I pre-transformed it. It makes the math here easy. And then easy to then offset, add and minus things out of this one, which will eventually happen, I'm sure. So that's perfectly placed on that side, given the construction style. And then we get to use mirror, and mirror is going to give us orientation correctly, because if you do copy to points, they're all facing the same direction, whereas like if this had an exterior side for some reason, which it could, we don't have that for copy to points. Like they just all face in the same direction, whereas this one, now we have the exteriors are both exterior, interiors are both interior. So yeah, I'm going to build out the basic grid, and there's a couple like little details I want to add into it. And this is like a super candidate to have normals baked on it, or figure out like I need like a super I keep thinking about it. There's a way to generate a trim sheet from Houdini and then UV everything to it procedurally. I haven't like connected all the dots on how to do it. I know it's possible. Usually you have an artist use like the ultimate trim sheet style, like half, quarter, 10th, 20th, whatever, and then you do it by hand. I'm like, I'm pretty sure we could do this as one big script, because we're gonna get these like uber hard edges in Unreal Engine. It's gonna look really crappy. But the only way I have to do it at the moment is then I would basically make an output node for every single one of these that's like the high poly version, and then bake it. I could bake it here or bake it in Substance. But I'm trying not to bake stuff. Like I don't really want to have to go to Substance Painter. That's gonna take forever. I lose like so much the efficiency from this kind of workflow doing that. So luckily the shelf of building is literally right next to me. So I'm gonna, okay, we'll do the top and bottom, and these actually don't matter anymore. Because we're gonna do tabletop, and then we'll do, like, I don't know what I'll call it, like stand. Like if it's on a stand, essentially. If you bring this up, it still needs this inner framework to work. So making these separate values, it's not that important. They could be the same and then flipped, but maybe there's a reason to have them be different. It's just gonna make the math harder because we're gonna have 2 offsets instead of 1 times 2. But here's the first part. So this is I could do this as, should I merge those together? I get this becomes our main reference at this point. We're gonna start merging into this, and we'll keep using that as the reference. So we'll have the box for the top, and it's not the tabletop or whatever, the countertop. It's the just the top of the frame. So we'll view this one. That one is templated. We're gonna do width minus 2 times side width for that one. I need to use trim sheets texture vex to lay out your UV. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's definitely possible. I just need to like sit down and like literally just take a cube, like just not even a cube, like a plane, and then write the math for it, because you have to evaluate just like a human has to evaluate each face when you're trim sheeting by hand. You just need to do that in Vex or in Houdini. You just have to look at the shape of the rectangle. Look at, is it wide, is it tall, what's the ratio, and then that has to fit back onto the trim sheet, and you scale it up so it goes off the edge, and it's definitely doable. It's like it's like big. I feel like it's probably like beginner Houdini level. Wait, we're doing the width times 2. Wait, times? I think it's the full one, and then we're going to be always subtracting from this. We're going to subtract 2 times the side width, or just 1. I don't remember. Whatever. We just make this 1 though if it's the other. If it's not 2 of these, it is definitely 2. That's perfect. That works for me. First, make my UV fit, then transfer my UV position. It depends on what the shape is. If they're all cubey like this, it's fine. If it's like, you know, the quintessential like trim sheet, like water fountain example, then you have to like look at the whole row and unfold it, and basically you have to like rectify. Blender has a rectify UV function in one of the add-ons. It's really good. So we basically just have to, if that's on a node already in Houdini, you just have to write it, where you take every face and you take a row and you look at each one of them and you figure out what the how much it's tapered, and you have to like correct for it. You just squarify all the pieces and then draw them in a row. That'll be one of these streams. I'll figure that out. That'll be nice. Then I don't have to go to Substance, and we'll just use kind of generic textures, but it'll still have the oh, actually, how the hell am I going to do that? I guess, I don't know if in like Unreal Engine, if you can combine normal maps, that would be kind of necessary then. I'll figure it out. I'm real lazy. I don't want to go to Substance Painter anymore. Z, so this is depth. That's depth. And then we're calling height here. This is going to be a bit much to manage soon, but having 2 of these, it's probably overcomplicating it. I could vary. Is there really any design reason why the top would be more? I'm going to delete bottom. I'm going to just multiply these. These are going to be the same. And then we'll do the footers differently. I think that's going to be okay. I'm going to delete this bottom one and just mirror this one. So have we done all the things? I think so. And we're going to top align. So we're going to take whatever this turned out to be and multiply it by -0.5 probably. Nope, it's positive. Wait, no, that's right. It's -0.5. So now that's top aligned. And then we're going to transform again. Transform it, whatever the shelf height is, 0.5, I think. Yeah, we're going up. Yeah, shelving. We're shelving. Yeah, so I'm going to simplify this interface at the moment. We're going to drop this, because this is going to define, this bottom height concept is going to define something else. Top height. Now, this is now, it's like, I would call this maybe like outer columns, outer rows, and these are like the inner columns and inner rows. That's kind of like a, I think the more generic way, like these are the margin and these are the padding of a table, something like that. But now they're just kind of generic, and I'm gonna kind of forget what these mean over time, but I'll just mirror it. Ooh. And keep moving. I could definitely have like a switch of like what's the I would call it, it's like almost like normalizing UVs. It's like what's the dominant, are the sides dominant or is the top dominant, like for the construction? And it would just be like a little switch somewhere here to figure that out. But in this case, I think it's more common to have the sides be dominant. So we just mirrored it on X, so that's not what we want. We're gonna mirror on Z. Nope, it would be Z if it was Unreal Engine, but it's Houdini, so it's this way out. Okay, so that's still centered. Okay, so that's the easy part. The inner ones are the ones that get weird. I said mirror instead of. Oh, what the fuck does that do? What does tilde do? I'm not even gonna do it. Merge. That's what I meant. Something looked wrong for a second, but I think we're okay. Yeah. So we have a new value that I'm going to keep calculating over and over and over again, which is the inner dimension of this. The depth is always all the way out. Depth is always the same, but now we have an inner width and an inner height, and I'm going to have to keep calculating it over and over again. I kind of want to store it, but I don't really know how to do that. Maybe, I think if you make an attribute wrangle and you define a variable, that will always be accessible, but I'm not sure, because I don't want to have to keep calculating inner width, inner height. It's going to make all my expressions like super long in the thing. It's a constant value that is calculated once and cached off of this. I don't want to have to keep calculating it in each node, but I don't really know how to do that. How to like make it like a global variable that I keep asking for in the expressions. Like here, like this type of thing, it's going to be long after a while. It's going to get really long. So it's made up of like sub ones, but I don't know how to do that. Like if this is the class, these are like the classes you wouldn't normally expose the actual. We'll call this the class variable, the private variables, and this is like the function that changes it. This slider, we would then have like helper functions and internal variables that are, you never expose them directly. I don't know exactly how to do that here, because like all these calculated become like these like kind of commonly sub-calculated numbers that I have to just keep jamming into all these channels. If I did this whole thing in Vex, basically, we'd have them, and I could just keep calling them. But I don't know how to do it. So, if there is only one, let me look at this. So then now we're going to start to break this into a grid. If there is only one row and one column, that's what I'm going to define as this. I think. Maybe. What is row count really going to mean? If we have 0, it could be this as well. Like this could be zeroed out. Like there's no inner rows and there's no inner columns. It's just empty. If you do 1 row, I always get this screwed up. Row is this way. Then 1 goes right down the middle. So it's a 3-point line. If we do this one, then there's 2 columns, a 1 by 1. Nah, we got to do it the other way, because I would say like a 2 by 2 is how many units there are, right? So if there's 1 unit, there's 1. If there's 2 and 2, then there's 4. It's got to be that, in my opinion. There's no 0. The lowest is 1 and 1, which is this. I think I'm gonna stack them math that way. Just makes more sense. We're counting how many units there are, and we can't go asynchronous. We could eventually, like, if I put sub controls under this, then I could start to have like 3-2, 3-2 or something like that eventually. You can just set an attribute and use the attribute. I need to watch that tutorial. I don't know how to do that. Do you set an attribute in the whole network, or I've seen like setting attributes like per point or something like that, but you can set an attribute like per, it's not a class. What is this? Per network? We call this a network, right? These aren't classes in Houdini. Gonna want to do that soon. The shelf one's not that bad, but like when we do the kitchen shelf one, we're gonna need to start storing that stuff, because it's like the kitchen shelf generator is essentially like it's like a house building neighborhood generator where like each cabinet is a house that has its own rules, and then you drag a spline around corners and it has to like figure out like, you know, is this a triangle house? Is this a blah blah blah? It's just going to be a lot of sub like not exposed variables that are going to come out of that thing. You can set it for the whole graph. You can choose between primitives, edges, groups, I think, points. Okay. Well, I'll look at that in a second because this is going to get annoying actually right now as I go to make this. So these inner pieces can be placed by a grid, or they can be placed by 2 lines. With the lines, though, we never get the in-between grid units. So I think all the placement of the eventual doors and these separators, they're all grid points. I think, and that's how I made the window one. So that worked out for me. It was a big network though at the end, as this one might get to that size too. So we'll template this XY for life, and we'll flip it right out of the gate. And so inner width, inner height. So we'll just calculate it here, and I might not have to ask for it again actually, because if the grid takes it on, then I'm not. It's somewhat stored in this thing's dimensions as well. Like these are gonna go there. So this is with I think just minus 1 or 2 of the side width here. I forget how many. That looks to be it. No, it's 2 of them. It's times 2. So this is one of the ones I don't want to have to keep calculating over and over again, because it's just a big chunky, you know, it's like it's this expression, and then we're going to start like offsetting, and from that I would just want to store that somewhere and just call it like inner width and not have to keep calculating it. Just add it to the network at some point, and it should transfer along until you decide to rename, reuse, delete the attribute. Okay, and then how do you use the attribute in here? Is it like at, like you write like the at sign and then the name of it? Like I can write like at pt number or something like that in here. I need to go through the all those tutorials again. They're just so hard to get through for me. I'm just like, and the objects they're building are always so boring. I'm like, I need like motivation to get through this. We need inner height, so that's gonna be shelf height minus 2 times whatever we decided the top height was. Yeah, this one. Oh, I did it wrong. So that grid is now is set to the inner width of the shelf. So let's make it the minimum 2 and 2. So when we say, well, what placements does this give us? None. So basically when I say 1 and 1 on this grid, it becomes 2 and 2 maybe. And if I went 2, and you have to do these separately. You can't, if you do them both at 2 2, you can screw up it's very easy to screw up the math. So if we go to 2 rows, I always screw this up. What's a row? Row is up and down. So we're gonna add one here. Oh, does it line up here? Did I do this right? I did. Okay, good. So then if we do 2 rows in 1 column, that's this. So so far it's just plus 1. And so 2, 2. So if we go to 3 here, this should be, is it just 4? It's just this plus 1. And then it's actually going to be times 2 because we need them. But this is the beginning of it. But we actually need the inner dots to put the cabinet doors on after. So this is the beginning of it. We'll set up that relationship. It's going to be plus 1, but I think it's actually going to be this times 2 plus 1 in each one of those to get the points that we need. and then like 3 or 4 cascading range selects to get the different numbers out of this. But I will be right back. Oh, it's 8:48, so early. Oh, I saw the stuff on Twitter. Um, no, that's okay. I appreciate that though. I'm not really open like random files. I'm on a PC, man. And as you'll see multiple times today, my virus my virus scanner expired, and I hate I hate having to remember my password and log back into that shit. I'm like, I just don't care. So I can't open up internet files anymore. No, what's that? What's that open source game? It's not open source. What's that game platform? Where all they do is just like email you the executable. Is it itch.io? It's no server. They just like email you the game executable. I'm like, no thanks, no thank you. So let's see. I need to keep waking up. So it's, I think this usually works out to be 3 times 2 plus 1, something like that, or this times 2 plus 1 over here. I'm just gonna guess that for now, because we need to generate like the inner points, not just the row points. Plus 1's for the edge. Oh, it doesn't like. What did I screw up here? Oh, I forgot the 2. This always confuses me. So we're gonna need to jump this one in here for me to figure this out. There we go. There's some points. Okay. So if it's 1, this point is not needed. There's no points needed. So this is already going to be kind of wrong. It's easier for me to look at this one. So now if there's 2, this is wrong. Well, actually, wait a minute. If there's 2, we need this point. This is 1 row, 2 columns. So there's going to be a column here, and then 2 doors. These are the door placements. Eventually, there's a door there, and a divider here. But this one, it's going to be tough to select that. Let's go to 3. Then there's 1, 2 dividers and 1, 2, 3 doors. So this is correct. It's just the first case is a little bit weird. So let's strip it back the other way. If there are 3 rows but 1 column, then we're looking for 1 divider, 2 divider, 1, 2, 3 panel placements. I believe that's right. It gets funny once we work into it that they have widths, though. But that just comes down to the door if we keep it centered. So now comes the many group range nodes required to make this grid usable. So I'm going to go up to something like 2, 3. I'm going to make this height something more square so I can actually look at it easier. I don't need this at the moment. Well, I will, but I need to look at this grid full face. Okay, so grids are drawn bottom left this way. They're actually drawn this way. We flipped it, but it's still how I'm going to think about it. So we're going up, 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 up. And I always get confused what are rows, what are columns. So it's time to start selecting things out of here. So we're not really worried about the door placements yet, but I need to have the point there, and this selection math needs to work for it. So I'm going to drop this down to here. It needs to recognize that this is nothing. You don't do anything for this one. For 2 columns, it needs to find 7. That's what this select needs to do. And then if I go up a row, it needs to find 7, 17, which that should be pretty easy. And if we go up, it's going to find 7, 17, and 27. So these are that's definitely math that the range node can handle. And going the other direction, going this way, it's going to also find that 7 point. And then and then this is where it gets a little bit different. Now it's not 7. And then here it's going to find, which way we're going, right to left because I flipped the grid. 8, 10, 12 for 3 columns. No, that was wrong. 9 and 11. Okay, I think I got that one. So first off, we're gonna do points. We're doing a copy to points in the end for all of these things. And as long as we're generating the positions in here, we can use this for positional data or positional placements. I don't have to write like transform nodes. These are them. It just becomes a selection game at that point. So for rows and columns for inners, we never select the top one or the bottom one, or whatever, vice versa, however you want to think about it, because it starts at 0 and goes up. It's like kind of a upside down object. So you can kind of preemptively drop all of these out. And then we're starting at 7. And it's the same thing here. We never use the full top row. And I always mix this up. It's either it's the same number as this, but I never remember which one it is. Like, this is how many columns I think. So I think it's this number here for both. It'll become very clear once if I've screwed that up though. It's like the selects won't work anymore. So if we do this selection here, no matter what I make this, it should never top. Yeah, so we did it right. This should never touch the top row and the bottom row. That's the first select out of there. So same thing here. As I'm cranking these up, we never select the top row or the bottom row. I want to keep these asymmetrical. So that's the first select. And next we're going to come in here and we're going to look for this. Well, actually, what I need to limit what I'm looking for. We're going to look for columns first. The same rule should work if we do this right. Then it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have 3 columns. So that's, we're looking for 2 placements. So, well, it's like 0, but 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Going back the other way, it's the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so it should be something like, I'm gonna name this now. So this group is we are looking for columns. So we're placing columns at this point. So I'm gonna call this column points, and we're going to subtract from this one. So group range. Okay. So currently we're just making a new group. So we want to do column points here. This would replace it. We're going to subtract from this group. So far we're subtracting everything. I'm going to turn this to start ends like that, not start from end. And now we're into this range filter. I forget if we offset. I don't remember, but because that's 1 of 1. Am I doing this wrong? This always takes me a second. Okay, so first of all, points. There we go. Okay, so let's turn this back off to 0. So if I want 1 of 2, that should have been subtracting things already. It's kind of not though. Hold on. This always takes a second for me to set this up the first time, because then I just start copying and pasting these. So this range is just this middle row. And then when did I just select everything with this one? Hold on. Is it? I'll go back to relative. Oops, like that. Okay. I shouldn't have switched that. Okay, so now we're doing every other, and we want 9 and 11. Those are perfect. Those are the selections. Is it an offset only like this? No. Is it this number has to be, I think, generated, or is it? It's not going to be that. Oh, it's the inverse. Oh no, it was almost the inverse of that one. No, it's not quite. I did this for the windows. I'll have to go if I can't figure it out on the fly again. I'm going to have to go back. In this case, it's actually we have these 2 selected now, but we don't want the ends. And then I need to look what happens if we boost the row count. How bad that gets. How far off we are. Wait a minute, we have to do an every other row first, and then we do this. Okay, so I got another range in here first. So let me pull this one back out. Hold on. Okay, so now we're selecting. There's one before this. We have to select every other row now. I want these, not that one, but these, not that one, on an even odd, just like that. So is that another start or is that a select? I think it's a range filter to get that done. So now it's going to be that number and that number times 2 is what happens. So we're going to take this exact, they're the same. These are both driven by column, I think. And are we subtracting in this case? Let's just do replace so I can see what we're actually getting out of this. No, that's not going to... Well, actually, it will work. So we subtracted out the top and the bottom, and then we're doing every other row. So it's going to be this here, and then this here as well, times 2 to grab every other row. And then I'm going to do, oh, I did do replace existing. Oh yeah, we want to do subtract. So there we go. So now no matter what I do to the row count, we're getting every other of the inner, which is very close to the placements. So we need to have at least 2 open like that. So we're barring those, and then we're every othering this, and now we need the range filter to grab the 1 of 2 effort. It's going to be something like that. So another subtract out of this one. It's not subtract, you say group range. So we got to initialize this correctly again. It's points. We are subtracting from existing. That existing group is called column points. So currently we're subtracting everything. Is that what's happening? There we go. Oh, that's very close to it. That is very close. So it's these ones, but not those ones. It might be done with an offset. I forget how I do this. It's 1 of 2. That seems right. And how do I get this offset done? Is it just, I thought it would be like 1 offset. That's super close. Is that it? Actually, column count? If I'm just looking, no, it's not. So if I offset, how do I strip that one out? I did this for the windows. I don't remember. Those are the placements minus the end caps of those ones. I suppose I could. I guess this is a little bit different than before. So let me see. When I pull these back, we're subtracting. I want to subtract this one. Is it 2 of 3? Is that what this is? 1 second. That's real close, but it doesn't work out. Wait a minute. I get confused with this shit. So I have 3. I'll put this back in here. The question is, what is it supposed to be? I'm kind of lost for a second. So I'm telling it to have 2 rows. So that's 1. I'm getting confused by I'm actually mixing up the door placements and the column placement, like the actual dividers. We're doing dividers first, and I'm kind of mixing them up. So let me try to simplify this again. If I have 1 row and 1 column, I need to commit to what I'm actually going for. We're trying to place columns, so I'm quite far off. I'm gonna disable this one for a second, and I'll just go to here. This was close, and if I'm only placing columns, I want 7 in this case, just 7. So what is that rule? I thought that would be 1 of 2. Let me look. It's definitely not 2. Okay, this worked for my other placement system. For some reason, this one's not the same. If I do 2 of that, it's going to grab 2 of them, right? That's not it. How do I get just 7 from this? It's real close. I mean, I could do like another, like treat each row separately and strip out the ends. I just need 7. And then what happens if I make it 0 or make it this 1? I need 7. And then if I use the range filter correctly, it does all the rows up to like this. So we're looking to just place. Oh, no. This can't be done. This can't be done this way. It's simpler than this. The dividers should be lines and the other ones should be grids. So I did this for my window placement where I'd have like 6 by 6 windows, and we were generating like their points. It's not like that because we're going to actually draw them all the way across. So this is too much. I'm doing the math for placing the doors. We're not doing doors yet. So the dividers is even simpler. So this sort of select will happen later, but that's actually not what we're doing right now. I confused myself. This is how you place the doors later. We just want the row actually. So this is even simpler than this. We're doing start in length. Is that right? So we're gonna start at 0. Let me just delete these back out. So I was doing the math for the wrong object. So we're going to start at 0 and go number of rows times 2 plus 1 or whatever columns, I think. So this one, I think I might have that possibly as my copy and paste already. I do not. So it's times 2 plus 1. To place the columns, it's just every other from this one. I went way too far. When we do the doors, oh, out of UV. When we do the doors, you have to do it 2-dimensionally. This is a 1-dimensional placement, so I went crazy with it. So we're going to subtract. We're gonna kill this. So currently we're selecting everything. Is that what happens? Or we're not working, right? Yeah, it's start length. We're gonna drop this one back to relative. Get rid of invert. We're subtracting from existing. This is the first row and we want every other. Oh, I could do that actually without even going into this node, can I? I can just do it right here. Oh, but I still have to grab just that one. How do you do that? Do I then group this again? It's every other offset from that one. And it doesn't matter how many we go up for this one. So I guess that's it, right? So this grabs me every other of the first row. Wait a minute, can I just do this? Huh. This is... I guess I haven't done a placement like this. This is weird. Well, I'm just gonna strip off the ends for now. So this is the subtract node. Get rid of this. And is it just 1 and 1 like that? How come? This is what we're fed in. We're gonna get this point, and this point, and I just want to take off the first and last one. So that's relative to start and end. Is this wrong? Is this supposed to be like this? Why is this not doing what I think it should be doing? So this is creating the group. Column points, replace existing start length. We're going to start at 0 and go the full. So we're just taking the first row. And then we're doing every other, which is good because I want 2. And then from this one, subtract from existing points, column points, start and end. Invert. How come this isn't showing me anything? Is it because of this? I screw this up. Okay, is this it? So we'll not invert. That doesn't work so well. How come end isn't working? This is close. We've taken off the first one, but not the last one. I would basically be from end. Oh, wait a minute. This is selecting all of them. Which is, wait, we want, oh, okay, you can't do it that way. It's like, you can do this like one at a time. So this, so I just subtracted the first one and then I have to do it again. This got weird. I feel like there's probably a faster way of doing this, but. And then we're continuing to subtract. In this case, we're taking off the, like that, is that what it is? I need to just continue. I took off in this one. Hold on. So we have the first row, every other, and then I take off the first one by saying the inversion of the first one. Then I would have thought it would be the inversion of the last one, like this. But it's not subtracting that one correctly. We just want to get rid of the last point. And that doesn't seem like that's going to actually scale correctly. Let's go. If I go to, that's columns. That's rows. Oh no, that's it. That's it. We just got to get rid of this last point. That should be easy, but it's taking me a minute. First row, every other. We are subtracting the first point, and then in this case, we're subtracting the last point, and it's not doing that for me. So subtract range. Is it this? I always screw this up. What's a default group range look like? 1 of 1, 0, 0 from relative to start end. Oh, we're selecting all the way through. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's not how this works. So let me look at this for a second. So when I do end, I'm selecting everything but the end. But then if I invert it, I get the end, which is what I thought this was. What's different about this? Points, replace existing, subtract from existing, relative start to end 0 to 1, 1 of 1. This should be doing it. I don't get it. Why is this one not subtracting? Let me try doing, I mean, not replace. Yeah, it's the last point of the set that we fed it. I don't get it. Union, that's not what we want. Intersect with existing? No. Subtract from existing. Why doesn't that work? So I'm feeding it the group column points, which is this, right? Because we just subtracted that. So column points is now this set, and I'm just trying to take off the last one. So that should be... Doesn't feel like it does anything, to be honest. Why is that? What am I doing wrong that this isn't even... It's like not even affecting it at all. I am subtracting... Now, oh, we need to... Do I need to blast that away? I don't think so. I do. Okay, so this group range... Man, I thought I knew how to use this stuff. I think this is actually still selecting 20.20. And I'm trying to subtract 20 from that one, but that's not how that works. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Okay, so yeah, so I get this wrong. It's not passing the selection down. It's selecting this one and then adding it back into this. Okay, so it's almost you pass it the same rules. That one worked because it's first, and the last one. Okay, so this has to be... Okay, so we got to do same thing here. I still get confused between selections and like... This would work if I had like blasted out the other ones. I'm not actually working with this selection set. When I replace it, I'm still selecting the whole thing. So it would be something like, wait, did I just, wait. I need to like blast those out of here or something. That's what's wrong. Because I need to get just this set. So I could split it, I guess. Is that what has to happen? Like we have this selected now. And then to act on just those three, you need to split them off like that. I don't know which one this one is. Probably the selected object. And then from this you can group range. I always forget about this. Because it's not, you're not dealing with the actual selection. It's like you're continuing to select from the entire mesh and then add it into here, which makes sense. So we'll go prims, and now I can subtract, right? Because I've split those off to be their own thing. We're going to subtract from existing. Wait. This did the splitting. Do I have to tell it what group to split? Column points. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so then here's those 3 points, and then now we're stripping off 2 by doing this. Which didn't work, sadly. Or are we replacing? Is this a replace? God, I suck at this right now. We made a group called column points. That's 2, 3, and 2, 4, and whatever that is. 2, 4, and 6. Oh, this isn't gonna work anyway. Goddamn. Because if I go up, this is if I like open up. If I make this bigger here. Oh no, it's still fine. Okay, I need to. I need to get this right. Still, it's independent. We're just doing columns. God damn it. Okay, so I just need to take off this last point here, and that should work. We split it. Now, I don't know exactly which one we have here. I'm trying to replace existing by... I've like super confused myself now. Hold on, let me just pull this back to default. So if I just do a straight group, let me make sure this is being passed the right stuff. Is this updating? Is this correct? So we have the full mesh and we're selecting things from it, and we're able to take that one off of it. Then we split it. I just have this group to work with, and I'm just trying to range off the back point there. And that's it. That's the column placement. So the question is, what am I seeing here? Points. There they are, 0, 1, and 2. So we're getting those 3 points from a regular group. I'm assuming these are the remainder. And we want to group range just the last one off. It should be possible fairly easily. So in this case, relative start to end, invert. Did I never switch this to the points? Is that what happens? That's just the last one, and you invert it. And we need to blast that one, essentially. Or split again. This was a kind of long journey to get to this. I feel like there's got to be a better way, but... So let's look at this split group here. This was it. That took forever. And that doesn't feel very good because it's not there. What's this one? Wait. We need to blast this one. Okay, we're going to call this one like call points blast. So we made that group. Yeah, I always get like... Wait, so there's... Oh, I could remove it from it. Oh, I'm confused. I get confused between like making groups and then actually getting rid of points and that sort of thing. So this is probably not ideal. So what did I just do? I just split this off. So I just want these two, but it doesn't have to be actually blasted out. It could be like, so of that, I selected this one. I could blast it and then I get it, or I could like select it. What does inverting do? Oh, inverting does it too. I think that's it. It's super fucking wonky. I think that's just it right there. Those are the points that we spawn to if I name this. Okay, so this, I don't really want to change the name. I'm about to call this like actual column points. That's the name of this thing. Actual column points. Really weird. They're really weird, but so if there's 0, there's none. If there's 1 column, that's still right. If there's 2, there's 1 right in the middle, then 3 like that, then like this. So that was a very long way to get here. But that was it. And we're still, because I need this grid. It's like, it could have been done with a line too, but I need this grid later. So they might as well all be just selects from each other. So this is a copy to points. I should have centered it. So any reason to not, because I'm going to generate the columns just to make sure that it looks right. Probably should have centered it, but we're going to copy the points to this one anyway. So this grid's going to generate like a ton of different groups for us for this thing. Okay, box. So these are the like inner columns, like box, inner. I'll just call them columns because I call the sides are columns too, but those are just, I just call them sides. So what's templated here? You're templated, so let's generate the size of this thing, and we're gonna have to bottom align it and then add it back. I should have placed the columns. I should just be placing these columns based on lines. I shouldn't be doing it this way. I might redo it. Wait a minute. So like, because if I if I drew them as a line right here, it's the same select, probably even easier. Same selection from the middle. These are still center aligned. And then if I draw the line this way with columns, they're still center aligned, which is what I would rather. Versus picking orientations already, like dropping it to the middle. This grid was for placing the doors. I mean, technically it'll work, but it's I'm going to have to start, because the line's down here now. Like, actually, where is it? Oh, it's pretty good, actually. It already bakes into it, this offset. This was for later. I shouldn't have done this right now. So if I get this one and I do the same thing here, the inner grid will start essentially in the inner box. It's okay, but if this gets like like overwhelming, it's because of this step right here. Because I'm using this grid. It's just like an extra dimension. I don't really need. I'm just gonna place it though. Okay, so we have our column width here. That's this, and we're gonna have our height, which is our like inner height. So I gotta have like recalculate that again. That's like probably this. Want to cache it, but I don't know how to use attributes. Yeah, that one. That's easy enough. And depth is the full depth for now. We're not gonna. We can always make it an offset, but it would start like this. This would square it out. Let's make sure that we look normal on all axes before we move on. Okay, so that's the divider. And when we do the other ones, we'll see if those are like individual units or I just shoot them right through. So let me go back to front. So the origin of this object is centered. So when I copy to this point, it's going to go like all the way down there. So we need to bottom align this, which is what I don't like, but it's like kind of what I've backed myself into at the moment. So it's going to go like that. That's like its default placement. And then we're pretty much good to copy the points at this point. Target. So this is the geometry, and these are the points. Are actual column points is what I called it. Like that. You need some column, but not on the boundary. Yeah, exactly. Because we draw those ones separately because you might have different widths on the edges, which you definitely do. Like the inner columns have their own attributes, like it's its own object. I'd want to be able to control this separately from the actual sides. So if I start to bring this up now, it should work out. So 0, we stop the range from ever hitting 0. That doesn't exist. If there's 1, there's none. 2, we divide it in half, and third, and third, and third, etc. So these are doing the columns. It was kind of like some extra steps because I'm actually had to strip out a selection from the grid, but this grid contains all the positions that I'll ever need to place things in here. So it's kind of like you do the math once here. This handles my inner dimensions and it also handles how many my row column count, and so it's all just becomes group ranges off of that. But group ranges in splitting kind of become complicated and confusing for me. Search neighbor. If neighbor equals 4, it's true. Yeah, there's that way too. I'm doing it based on the grid though. It's like a more visual approach for me. It's just like more visual. Now, why are there... Oh, it's 7, 6. Okay, they're just on top of each other. I like this grid because then I can look at it and be like, do I have all the points I need and how do I get to them? But sure, there's always a coding version of it in Vex. I'm like about a third Vex when it comes to like most of these executions. I like the grid though. I like the visual aspect of this. Okay, so time for rows. It's gonna be the same exact thing. You just switch what variable drives it. If I'm okay putting this completely through them, like I don't break them off into different shelves. I think that's the start anyway. So it should be basically this exact same thing with like a variable switch. So we're gonna do this, but we're gonna be doing it from row count. This is the same. That's the same. And that's the same, I think. So it should be the same exact thing. We're just switching what variable's driving it. That could definitely be wrong. Oh, it is wrong. For sure it's wrong, actually. But I'll just kind of... That probably is the form, but we'll start to look at it here. So in this case, we're going to start selecting up. Not... We want the every other. We want this row here. So let's just start from 0 here. That should just be a range, like a fairly easy range select. We'll go back to the default like that. Oh, and it's already on an every other kind of thing right now. So we want 1 of 2 times the rows or something like that. It's whatever is defining this. Shelf, no, this one. Because now things are based on row count, I think. Now, why is this still here? Why is this end? I need to make sure I'm not breaking something that doesn't... What did I delete? Did I delete the wrong one? Is this still working is the question, I guess. It is, okay. So we're going to start to look at this. We're going to template that one. Wow. That's kind of confusing, actually. I'm just going to do this one. I thought I deleted this off. We don't want it called column points anymore. I was also very confused with the group range node. Yeah, it's like, it's math. I don't know. They make this, you could do it in Vex, or they have generalized a lot of what we were just like, you're like, if neighbor equals 4, it's true. You can do that here. So it's up to you, like how you want to select. We could do like an @wrangle. This keeps it high level. Once you learn how to work with these, I'm not saying I do it well yet. So this is every other. We're going to do something like that. That's dead wrong. Okay, so how do I get, what is this number based on? This is call count. I thought it would have been row count, but I guess it's not. Call count. Okay, so we just selected up here. And then we're going to every other that one. No, we're stripping. Wait, are we every, I got to come up, hold on. We want every other, so I could do that here. No, I have to do that separately. So we're going to do let's delete this. Have I learned from my mistakes on this one? Okay, so we have this row, and to work with just that row, we have to split it. Right, this is, I've done that for so long, like thinking I had the selection and I was working on it, but I was actually working on the whole grid still. You have to split it. So this gives us, I gotta tell it what group. Points, row points. So now we have this, and now we're doing every other, and then can I range it out here? Again, I just need, I could offset 1. No. That's the right selection. I just need to strip off the ends again. So it's slightly different, but the point being is that we derive everything from the grid. It's a little confusing. So it's not this form at all. It's completely different. So we're close. Again, if we were to place rows here, we're fine. We just need to strip off the ends. And that can be done with just a selection. I don't think I'm... Oh, no, I might have to split it again. We'll see. So we now have... What did I just do? I made a new group called actual row points. And yeah, I'm going to just keep ranging things off of it. It's a little wonky, but if it gets it done, I'm into it. So this group range, this is a fresh one. We're doing points, and we want to subtract. Well, I guess we'll grab it first, right? So we want the first one. Wait. Can I do this all at once? I don't think I can. Oh, I'm wrong. No. Those are what we're stripping out. So hold on. We're going to take. How do I do this? We're going to grab our the actual points, and we're going to just subtract this from it, and we get that second one. So this is it now. Actual row points is correct. So laying this out always comes funny because I'm trying to like have everything be generated from this. This becomes powerful because I can change this. I can change like fundamentally what's happening here, and in general these handle all the variations. Like if I change the shape of that to like I wouldn't say a circle's not going to work, but anything that's like a morph of that grid, you get the shelves in it already. Like if I started to warp that shape that this is coming from, we're still going to get perfect shelves in them. In theory, I haven't done it yet, but I saw someone building like a shelf trainer, but he made like a heart-shaped shelf, and then he made like all these different like outer boxes, and I think this is an approach for it while keeping quads too, like not doing it from splines. So that's one of the ideas of this, is that I can change that shape later. And this is just breaking it up. There's probably other approaches too, but this is the one I understand currently. So I'm gonna, just for now, because we only have 2 trees, I'm just gonna put one over here. Once you have like 6, it's like gotta kind of figure out like a better way of laying this out. But so these are the box rows. Make it plural. It's really a row. This is a singular row, and then we copy the points. The same with this one. That's one column. So let's do this templated and this whatever viewed. Do you enjoy game dev more than filmmaking? At this point in my life, yes. Yeah, I do. But I spent 10 years doing like traditional filmmaking. So this is the inner. Now, if we're talking about what I shot for SIGGRAPH, that was fun. I'll do that one. But like, you know, doing normal contract work at this point, like client work as a DP. You know, I own my own company now, so I'd rather do this. It didn't work. What happens? That's inner width. Height is row height. Depth is the whole box depth for now until we do the offsets for it. And we're going to left align it that way so that it fits because of how we did this selection. I can't depend on a middle row, so I have to do it that way. And so we're moving this thing on X. Whatever this is. Times -0.5. Left aligns it. Copy the points. Geometry, points, and the group. We're going to take it from points. Actual row points. Okay, that took a long time. Let me scoot this over. So these are our like inner shelves. So these feel pretty good to just like merge them right here. A group out of here would then control material and collision. It's logical to merge those together. So these are like the outer parts. These are the inner parts. We'll want separate selection groups of those, so the merges are in a good place for that for later. And then we'll just do like one geometry merge at the end. Let's go into perspective, make sure we didn't throw off one of the axes. So that's like the basic shelf, and it's all based on a grid for like some more complicated stuff I have in mind for this later. But we should be able to do shelf width, height. It's centered still, but the depth of it, that's looking a lot like the shelf next to me. This top height, so it could be like real beefy tops inside like that. The sides can get real gigantic. Column width, so this is like the inner. That's going to complicate things for placing the doors later, but I'll figure it out. You have control of the row height as well. And then the row count's very important, right? So like how many shelves do you want in this thing? So that's like the foundation of it. And then we could just throw this thing in like a UV. I don't have my trim sheet placer yet, so it's just gonna be kind of like a real bare bones game dev or whatever, labs, SOP, UV, whatever that thing's called. Auto UV. Houdini UV. That's why I'm here. I don't have to UV this thing ever by hand, ever. So there's a couple faces that don't need to be here. Like we could have drawn these from grids and extruded them and then not done the front and back and just take the sides. So we'll lose a little bit of space to it, but if it does come to simulating these exploding later, it's better for them to be like actual full objects, I think. And a little loss in like textile resolutions, like not a big deal. So that's the inner shelf. From here, I mean, I could already take this like to the bank and start doing stuff with it, but I kind of want to put like a countertop on it, and then like a stand as well. So those will be. I'm gonna keep working on that. That's really. The question is, if I put a tabletop on it, does it subtract from the overall bounding box, or does it go above it? And same thing for the bottom. So if I subtract it. I mean, to be honest, this HDA is like super valuable because it's like, oh, you want to make this thing. This could be so many things. Like this is the foundation of a lot of different things. with headroom to even start morphing the shape that's defining the, like right now it's a grid, but it could be something else. We could feed splines into this and like loft them together. What do they call it? Skinning. We could have like a U and a V spline, and as long as it's a perfect grid, all this math would probably still work. Well, we'd have to break out the row count and column count to be the U and V of the splines, but you could have like, you know, all sorts of weird shaped shelves from that. So this could be an HDA. I could just commit this to an HDA now, UV it. For now, it just all gets the same material. And then take that HDA and then build the variation that has the counter, or I build it directly into it. But like this question is like, do I use this on its own? Like, do I use this in other things, or do I just make this like specifically just like a counter? Oh, it needs a back. It needs a back actually. But like this is a building block. So, and like what are we feeding into it? We feed it these things, top height. Like, am I just building a big old, like, because we haven't put the doors on it yet, but that might be like a separate object. Like I leave this as like just like a clean generic, like whatever that is, like shelfy thing. And then we build things on top of it. I'll build a unit. I'll build like something that has this in it. I don't know if I'm gonna really use this anywhere else though. I think I'm just gonna keep building into this HDA. I'm not gonna break it out. That kind of overwhelms me too. Then you have to like, you have to make sure the right groups are coming through, the materials come through. So I'm gonna just keep building onto this one. So I'm going to do a countertop next, right? So a countertop is going to be at 0, 0, right? It'll be the exact size of this with a height, and then you'll have an offset of how much you want it to come off the front and the back. So it's 3 axes, but 2 of them are offsets and one's an actual dimension. With a, so we drop this folder in. It's called counter, I'll call it countertop. It's going to begin with a toggle if you actually want to generate it or not, so we can turn that off. Then we're going to have a dimensioned height, and then we're going to have offsets off the top of it. So this will be called, we need to actually name this, so we're going to call this one countertop bool, say generate. Just generate, basically, generate it or not. Then we're gonna have countertop height, countertop width offset. So this is like the overhang of it. Countertop depth offset, and it's kind of like the depth offset in like most cases this would be against a wall, so the depth offset would only come forward because this has a back. I need to make the back part of it, unless it was an island. I'm gonna only offset it off the front. I could have 2. I could have an offset front, offset back, whereas the width one I think is kind of like global. Or I just make it on both sides. I mean, what am I using this for at the moment, like game asset wise? I'll make it even, but in reality, I think depth only comes in one direction, or you want to separate which one. So we'll call this depth offset, but I'll just center it. There was something else I was just thinking of. Oh yeah, I could trim it. I could have like that same pediment trim thing I've been doing. I have an HDA for it now. It's really easy. I just bring that HDA in and then loft it around, or whatever they call it, sweep. Might bevel it too. It's always crashy to have a bevel in here, but I think I'm going to bevel that edge. Given that this is a bevel, we want to extrude it then from a grid so that we have that group from yesterday. So I'll call this countertop bevel. It's like edge roundness or whatever. I'm just going to call it edge bevel. I'm going to pre-range that one to be like 0.2 because that one's going to be really annoying. These are all very small. These are all ranged like insane at the moment, like to 10 meters. You know, it's like, again, 0.2. Like 20 is probably fine for all these. 0.2 counter height. 20 centimeter counter height would be like insane. So, okay. So, these will get folded up in a second. So we're going to generate it or not. Height, we'll say 4, let's make it big, 4 centimeters to, we don't want to do halves. We want to do like 3 and then like 0.05, something like that. Edge bevel's like 0.001, but I'm going to, or like something small, but I'll keep it like that. We'll turn generate on. So we could kind of treat this as like its own HDA. So maybe I could just like do one of these things, like the sub box, and be like, this is the shelf grid or something. I don't know. And then I can kind of like do this to it. Now, does it have an output? Do I have to make an output for it or something? Is that what happens? Like this, like I saw that like they made this, like that automatically happens. Yeah, there's no output for it. Or is it here? I don't know how to use this now. I don't know how to use those, but that's a thought. I don't need this bounding box anymore. And so the idea is to like build this separately. Like treat this like it is an HD and just be like, we're gonna go over here now and build the countertop. So we want to build this from a grid so that we can extrude it very easily, or so that we have groups to do the bevel on the edge. So we're gonna call this one grid countertop. Let's template this. See what we got here. That is the correct axis, and we're going to zero it out, but with offsets. So it's going to be this parameter here plus 2 times the, okay, that doesn't look, oh, it's fine, it's just down, I see. And then depth is this way. There is no height on this one. It's kind of nice. All right, we'll just say 2 and 2. Whoa, how do you fix this? I spun the thing crazy. Oh no, go back to normal. That's kind of normal. I think it's still kind of clocked. Yo, I don't, how do I reset roll? Reset, I don't know. I guess I'll just try to get it. Something like this. It's gonna like, everything's a little sideways now. So yeah, the question is like, if I add countertop height, that is a bounding box thing. It should like push everything else down. So then I have to go everywhere that's calling, everything that calls height needs to have countertop height as an offset, and it's a switch too, like if we even do it or not. Because then what is it worth? I'm gonna put it on top of it. The bounding box just describes the shelf part, and the countertop goes on top. That's not gonna break too much, I don't think. Open up a new viewer. There's got to be a way to reset it though. Like I guess that is an option. Control left click. I would think that like control shift right click or left click would like snap it on the 0, especially because like most people never would want this, like ever. But I don't know. A new scene viewer and then like destroy this one somehow. I wonder if I like reset from beginning, if it won't, but I'll just live with it for now because I'm not that familiar with like changing the UI actually. Okay, so I'm gonna extrude this. That one. Hopefully into positive, whatever this is. Distance here. There we go. And this is gonna give us our, is it both of these? The seams, like those are edge selections now. And we'll build in the offsets. I gotta build in the offsets, so it's actually this plus this. Offsets are addition. And the depth offset here, copy here. That one. Yeah, so it'll, if you zero these out, it would be, ooh, not the height though. If you zero it out, it'll be exactly the width of the counter, and then these are, ooh, now it is, and then you offset like how much you want it to hang off the edge. And an NVIDIA Studio Driver is available. I don't even have the current one. That's why my ray tracing stuff's a little funky. I'm still like a generation behind. I want the back, even though that's going to eat a lot of textile resolution. That's gonna eat a lot of. You never see this, and I'm gonna be throwing it into the old texture sheet. Unless I UV these like symmetrically, that would probably be fine. Just like stack this one on that one. Also no virus scanner. But that's okay. And so what do we do here? I need to get those groups. I think it just becomes a poly bevel, and then I have the groups already. It was selected. I was staring at it. There it is. Cool. And edges, and I want the group of front and back. Do one subdivision, and there it is. Yeah. So this is where the crashes are gonna happen. Is these variables being set up kind of funny? Might do like 3, 2. Oh, you know what? I want the edge. I want the corners more than I care about. I mean, I care about that one too. Again, it should be normal mapped, but like I think like these shelves here being hard edge is fine, but like the counter, it's like picture like marble. Like you kind of want it. I'm just gonna put the geometry into it. Okay, but I don't have the edge groups, and especially now. Let me pull this off for a second. Okay, so that got the surrounding. How do I get like just those ones? Is that a group from here? I'm not sure. I could just straight select them. It's a box, right? We're not gonna subdivide it. And if I do that, I'm gonna lose these selection groups. Probably don't go so well. Okay, so I didn't think about that. You know what? They all get beveled, to be honest. Like they all get a bevel. That's kind of gross though. Like I'm just gonna not bevel it. Just not bevel it. We'll just keep it gamey, and hopefully I'll figure out some way to get some normal maps on the corners. It's just gonna bug me the whole time looking at these like super hard. They don't light nicely. If you don't have normal maps, then the lighting just doesn't look good at all. It's just like one thing against you, because we're not ray tracing GI or anything. It just starts to take away from it. But I'll just take it out for now. It's also crash fest if you set that up wrong. Okay, simpler is better, I guess. So we're just gonna do a placement for it. There was a way to get those things selected, but this is probably better. So transform this. This is origined from the grid's origin, and we extrude it up, so the origin is still at the bottom, I think. So we're gonna do shelf height times 0.5 for this. So we got a thing on the top. So for the next detail, we're going to do the doors right after this. That's going to be interesting. I think we're set up with the grid to do it. I was doing the selection for the doors by accident before. And I'll get it. It's going to be I think it should be pretty easy. The thing that makes these look a little bit better too is when they're off the ground, right? And then we have an inset value. So it's kind of like the countertop with the bottom, and then you inset the offset, right? The base doesn't get bigger than it gets smaller. So we're insetting it, and then it needs to come up. So we're kind of significantly changing its height. We're losing control of height overall. Like this is no longer defining global bounding box height. It's this plus the countertop height plus the bottom part height. So it's kind of bad. So if I was to take countertop height and subtract it from this, it's basically, or here, anytime I call shelf height, I actually have to implement it by subtracting this and then the next one. Or maybe somehow this takes this, I don't know. I think that's what has to happen, but I don't remember where that's living. So definitely for, it kind of messes everything up to do that. Really does. It's better as offsets. So anytime I write height, anytime I reference height, I have to go update that. That's a lot. That's like here, it gets referenced, not there. Here it's referenced. Here it's referenced. This is all stuff that has to have that. There's offsets built into it. The box column, it's here. The grid, it's obviously it's there. The group ranges should be fine, and then the row. Okay, so it's not that many places if I'm gonna implement it like that. Is the construction still correct about this? I wasn't planning to build that offset this way, because like this is the right way to do it for just that object, but then to take into account the counters, it's like kind of screws it up. I haven't done the final transform yet. It also becomes a problem when it's 0 or I turn off generate. Like, do these numbers still exist? They probably are, but I still need to make sure they're 0. It's kind of, it introduces like user error for using the HDA. If this number was like up here, but you turned it off, it would still be there. And it's like, unless I had switches of all the things, that just seems like too much. So yeah, for now, it's going to just be, we just don't have a global bounding box height. So I'd rather this be a pure, like actually control the entire object. So we'll see if I can rig that up later. But so there's a countertop on it. For now, we're gonna have offsets essentially. Did you solve the chairs topology? Yeah, it was fine. You mean like the seat? We ended up doing the Voronoi. It's okay. I think getting that like quadrimesher would, I mean, to fix any mesh, you just quadrimesh at the end and generate normals and be on your way. Yeah, so I'm gonna do offsets. It's easier. It's just a little bit of thinking. I gotta just check things. Because the scale of the height of these things can really throw things off. But so I'm gonna build the footer now or whatever. Call it the stand. It's like a stand. So I think it's pretty much the same exact thing. Call this thing the footer. Oh no, I said stand. It's a stand. So we didn't implement the bool. I gotta do that in a second. But so are we gonna generate it? What is it? It's the exact same setup. What's the height? What's the offset? What's the offset? I think that's it. So call this stand bool generate stand height. I call this stand. It's still an offset. It's just going to be negative. So width offset and stand depth offset. Depth offset. So same exact thing. Same exact thing, exactly. It is this. It's at least these two. We'll start with, I'll take a both. We just place it differently at the end, and we're gonna subtract the offsets instead. So it's gonna be grid stand. I'll switch this right here. I don't need the seams anymore. I doubt that contributes much overhead. Hey, what's going on in your back?
No.
That's good. Bonk.
Do you miss this?
I did.
Nose?
It was my nose. How was the driving? It was snowy, yeah.
It was blushy, snowy, and a rainy day.
Yeah, it looks pretty gross out. I don't go outside anymore, so it's not...
You don't go outside in the snow anymore?
Not really, I don't.
It's too cool outside to walk.
I get 5.
It's too cold.
Yeah, you got snow stuff for that. I'm gonna make this 0.02, 0.03. Generate on. I need to go make some enumerators or switchy nodes over there. So this is now stand height. It's just called straight stand height.
Dad, here's my toy.
Oh, you got a new toy? That's awesome.
This card.
That's cool. What store did you go to?
Target.
Target? Nice. Okay, can you go do that in your playroom?
Yeah, I'm trying to open it.
Okay. I'll see you in a little bit.
Oh, look how snowy it looks with Daddy.
I know, I took a picture of it for my thumbnail.
Oh my gosh.
So what's up with this not actually working though? Oh, because I'm not looking at it. There it is. Okay. And so this is driven wrong now. This is going to be stand with offset. That's all that's different here is this. So it's going to be... that one.
You know what, you already peed. You already peed in the toilet.
This is... something's wrong here. What?
You already peed in the toilet. You already peed in the toilet.
It doesn't matter. Depth, what the...
Bella, you peed in the toilet already.
Isn't this the depth offset? What is this called? Countertop depth? What the hell? Is that what that was called? Countertop depth? Something's wrong here. Countertop depth. I should have said offset in the name. Okay, well I named those kind of funny. This one's called stand depth offset. That's what I was expecting, but... so stand depth offset, that one. Didn't like that. Spelled something wrong probably. Oh, that's what happens when you do IntelliSense. It doesn't delete the existing part. Okay, so there we go. And it's actually subtraction now. That's the difference. We're going to subtract these offsets. Yeah, so they're going in. It's already at the bottom, so it's actually placed correctly. So bring this in. We gotta go range those into something normal. Like those are ranged pretty well. I'm gonna do that right here actually. So height again, yeah, never gonna be 27 centimeters. It's never gonna be 20. Apply and discard, and we don't transform it. We transform this at the end. Actually, we need to. Those are. This is like grouping. It's like these are now grouped together here in this merge. And we transform that whole thing at the end, but we don't change. We don't transform this one. So I'm just gonna grid that out right now. So this is gonna have a transform, and then it merges with this one because it's like kind of already there. And that'll be all the geometry for this, and then I'll UV the whole thing together. And I might just send. I'll generate the collisions from. Just probably ignore the footer, and I'll just send out this primary box and this primary box as two UBXs, and that'll be the collision. So I do need to implement the generates, because we don't always want those. Oh, but that is going to mess with this again. Generate also switches a couple things. Well, I'll do this one first. This one's the easiest. So we're going to have a switch here. And a null. So 0 is nothing, 1 is that geometry. I'm going to call this the counter top, or rather switch countertop. And so we want to have this drive the index value or input value. Yeah, and that doesn't affect the transform in this case. So let's look at this one here. So if we say generate, it's there or not. And it doesn't affect any transform yet, because it's just added on top. It would normally be, could be shrinking it down and whatnot, but we won't do that. And so we have another switch, but it switches multiple things at once. It doesn't just do its geometry add. It also takes into account this transform. So this is, I don't typically do this, but so there's two versions of this now. Oh man, I'm screwing things up. Okay, so on this one for switch, what is this thing called? Stand. We will drive here, this one. So if there's no stand, it's this tree here. And if there is a stand, it's this tree here, in which case we do merge this back into it. We can still UV this all at the end. Okay, so In the case that there's no stand, we translate it up half the height and we're done. Like this. Times 0.5. Alright, so it's right on the ground now. I need to make the back and the doors. They're kind of the same thing. And in the case that we do have it, well, I guess we're merging first. That would be kind of clearer, is that we're going to merge in the actual, oh, I already have that. We're going to merge in the actual footer now, and then that gets transformed differently. So we're in a funny world right now. So it's going to be, oh, no, the merge is after, because we're going to transform that separately. So like this. Can't have it be looking like this though. Okay, so now the transform value, this will help it from like being like inside of itself. If this value is wrong, we don't want to pull from this at all unless generate is on. So that's how we fix this. So it's the same as this one plus the height of the stand. So bracket this one. Yo. Plus the height of this thing here. That. And then yeah, I guess is this okay? You don't want to merge it. How do I deal with this at the end? Can I merge those back? I don't merge them back together. Okay, this is like, do they go to two different outputs? Is that what happens? I have two outputs at this point because I don't want to merge those two different geometries back together. I have two outputs. Okay, this is not good. This is not how I want. Because these are like two completely different geometry trees now. I haven't had this issue before. So you have two outputs. This is not good. I'm gonna merge this up here. I'm gonna merge this into. Oh no, but I have to transform it first. I haven't had this issue yet. We would have like two resulting outputs because I could UV them the same, but they're gonna end up. We'll have both. We'll have two versions if I do it like this, right? Or does it completely dead it? I don't know what happens if I like start bringing these trees back together? Will it only choose? It only chooses one branch, I guess. Is that what's gonna happen? Like. Oh, you can't do that. That's what happened. Yeah, it just won't allow you to do this. You'd have to merge them to then continue to use them. So they become completely different outputs. Then how do you... I don't super like that. I don't like this at all. I'm gonna restructure this. I'll just have it be user error. If you leave this, it'll be floating. So you have to zero height out. I'm not gonna try to like protect against it because I don't like these two outputs. So this is the true output, is this one, and the switch only controls the merging. So we transform first, then we switch if the geometry is happening or not. Hold on. What is the switch controlling again? Wait a minute. Wait. We have to transform this thing up. And then the switch is, do we merge this thing in or not? So how do you switch the merging again? It's like... the switch is here. Yeah, like this. Okay, yeah. So we're definitely merging, but the question is, are we merge? Wait, what? How did I do this over here? Why is this so confusing? The switch goes into the merge. Oh yeah, so you're either merging nothing or you're merging the object. Yeah, yeah, that's how it works. Okay, so that's fine. So we'll do a null here. Just a little change and then I lose it completely. What's the error on this one? You're good. That was a refresh. So that's better. Let's untemplate this merge up here. We actually have to UV it, but so if I turn off generate, oh, it didn't work at all. Actually, is this not driving that? What isn't it? Oh, that's countertop. Oops. Okay, so this one. So this will turn it off and on, but it doesn't zero out height. So you need to zero this down. That's the user error. It's like it could be floating is the problem. But I don't like having two different outputs, and I couldn't figure out. This you could probably like blast one or something like that, but this is simpler for now. So we do have this like kind of like stand. It can go up, and we can say how much inset essentially it's going to take in like that. So like those are like the key details. I really want to put a bevel on this thing because like it's so big. Like the bevel's like significant. You would really see it. But it is a detail. So we're quick shading, and then we'll UV, and then we'll do materials, and then I'll make one of these for the classroom. Go back to Unreal Engine. It's only 10 o'clock. It's not bad. So labs UV auto is my life now. All done. All done, pretty much. I gotta check that out, though. Nope. This. That's fine with me. It's not like the most efficient use of space because we have a bunch of like hidden faces that never see the light of the day. Like I have the top face of this. Actually, I extruded this. I could turn off the face that's up there, and same with the countertop. We kind of see it though, but I'm just gonna leave them. Gonna leave it. If we were to, I'm not gonna even start this at all today, but like if we were gonna like trim sheet it, we would do this type of UV to it, and then I have to run through every single UV tile and assess its placement on the trim sheet, you know, and scale it appropriately. Like this one scaled up is like would be like there. These are really skinny ones. They'd be up here. It can definitely be done. I don't know how you for loop. I guess you would do like either in Vex or you do an @wrangle for primitives, and I think that's how you start to get a hold of these. And then you do UV edits based on their dimensions. Like I have to start getting heights and everything like that. But it should technically be just one attribute wrangle. It'd be one @wrangle that would just loop through each one, scale them up, normalize them, stick them on the trim sheet, spin them around. And then it would break if you sent it like weird geometry, like I guess I could do it by bounding box, but if they weren't squares, it wouldn't work very well. But so there's the shell. Oh, the doors in the back. I want to put it back on it. So we're almost done with it. And materials. So I'll generate the back. That is very easy. I'm gonna do it with a grid, and that's a definite merge, and that's up here. So I don't really need this box. This is not helping me. How do I delete this without deleting the whole thing? That works. Okay. So back to single view. I'm just gonna put boxes for now to stand in. I'm not gonna build the little handles just yet. So this is right. Let's make this kind of this is like its own. This is the inner pieces. This is the outer pieces. This is the countertop, and kind of centralize this one. It's kind of like reroute time. I don't know what they call these here. Let's do this. Okay. We built the funny looking person graph. So that's always what the end of the graph looks like. So we have a little bit more geometry. Pretty. Well, I'll do the back. That's like really easy. So we'll do grid. This is grid for the back. And it is the... Well, let's template this, and then we'll template from before UVing because it gets kind of, we'll do it before the transform too. Here. And then we're looking at this, right? We're gonna match this up to it. So looking at it this way, this is the back of, this is the back of it technically, but I kind of flip it. So it doesn't perfectly align with like how Unreal does this, but I just flip it in the blueprint. So I'm gonna call the back this side over there. We're looking into what are the opening of the shelves, because then it'll make it easier to place the doors. I can just use the front view. So we're XY plane, that's even the right axis now, because it's going to be drawn in that direction. And because this is pre-translate, it should just be these full values. I don't have to offset them at all. And we'll go to 2. And 2. And it's just height here. Yeah, that'll be it perfectly. We need a new parameter. It's time to start to fold these up anyway. So these are like almost the bounding box values. These are like inner values, and these are row count. Okay, so I see it. So we're gonna do, these are kind of like inner dimensions. I'll just write that for now. Can't like shifts. Oh no, you can't. Okay, good. So we can do like those ones go in here, inner dimensions, but they'll go above that one. And then these are kind of like the global, almost like bounding box, and then row count. Those are like want to be big level, and then we'll have. I'll call it actually. I'll call this inner dimensions 2 in here. Make another separator for back depth, which you go like that. Float. Here, so we're going to call this one back depth. Two centimeters. Copy parameter. Poly extrude. Into distance. Into we just moved that across Z, so we need to move it back. No, I don't. It's already centered. So then we just transform it. It's all done. And it's gonna fall into the same UV style as these are all cubes, so they don't need like separate UV groups. Transform, yeah. So we're gonna move it back half depth, negative half depth. Right here. Times negative 0.5. So there's the back of the shelf. And we will generate both sides of it, because you would see it. That could be technically a generate as well. Because you may not always want a back. So, like that shelf doesn't have a back. It's an option. So we'll do another switch here. That's the yes. And we need the null. Switch those inputs. And we'll make a quick boolean for it. It's called the toggle. Inner dimensions, stick that one up here. I'm gonna call it, how do I name these booleans? I forget the name and then bool, so I'll call it back bool. Should be bool back, would be easier to find later. Generate back. So this one doesn't affect any position, so it's really easy. It just gets merged back in eventually. So we're gonna call this one switch back. Let's turn it on. This drives this index. And we'll merge it here and then drop a reroute. And let's look at the final with the UVs on it. Guess we're up in the air. The backs here taking up even more texture room out of us, but these things could be like 1K textures, these type of objects. Okay, so there's a back. It's the back depth is not going to subtract from this like inner box depth, but I think that's still okay. So there's the back and then the doors, right? So you could technically, so if I'm going to make, when I do the kitchen generator, it's going to have to be a lot more nuanced because you can have like, there's just a lot of fucking shelf variations and I'll build all of them. This one's supposed to be more like a simple, like there would be a door per unit type of thing. So it's making one door that is the calculated inner unit dimension and then placing it on the grid using the select that I almost have completely done. So pop this down here. So it's just about making the doors and placing them on here. In this case, there would be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I guess I'll put like some generic handle on it for now. Really, the door should be its own HDA because it's gonna have like so many. In the end, it would have so many different options, and it could be extruded from trims. It could be it could be swept from trims. It could be all sorts of stuff. But I'll implement like a really simple one. And if I do it right, the placement math is all the same, and we just switch out like the geometry part of it and feed it the right, what I would call at this point. Now, is that not lined up? No, it is. Is unit dimension. So all we need to calculate is unit width and unit height. And so we would start by calculating this exact box here, and then we would probably grow it a little bit by some offset that's a parameter. I need to now calculate, because they're all the same, right? But like, what is this inner? And feed that to a box, and we'll then merge it probably back into the main network. I don't see why not. I'm gonna need math off of this grid, so I'm gonna pull it right here. Put it right there. So let us do this. We're templated pre-translate. And so we're gonna make a box. So this is the box door. So what is this unit? So we're gonna need we do need one parameter here. We'll probably end up with a whole folder of stuff for the doors, so I'll just make it now. Door. We're going to need its, what I'm going to call depth. I should build this from a grid. I'm going to switch that to a grid. Door depth, and then we're going to have these offsets eventually, so I'll just stick them in there now. Going to have door width offset and door height offset. Let's do a grid. Be easier later. XY plane 2, 2. We don't know. These are what we have to calculate, and we got to flip it, which is gonna mess up the point numbers a little bit. But I could just invert it. Maybe that's the move. I should just invert this instead of actually, because then the point numbers look right. Because we're reading them backwards if you flip it, so it's a little bit better this way if I just invert it. Because then it's 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because I was reading it backwards, so it's kind of throwing me off math-wise. So its inner, it's going to be the width of this is we calculate the inner width, subtract however many there are of these times this width, and then divide that by however many there are of those. That's a decent. That's going to be a decently long expression. But all of those sub-component calculations are all pretty easy. It's going to be massively long though when I type that into this. It would be nicer in Vex for sure. Okay, so I guess I'll just do this from scratch. So what is the inner? Inner is full width times 2 of these outer widths. I have that somewhere. That's this. That's what this grid is. This grid is already doing that, so this is going to be a gigantic expression in the end. That's inner. It's just centered, so it looks wrong with the perspective. So that's the inner. And now we need the formula for how many columns are there. So we have a number here. So when there's 2, is it always just -1? I think it is. Like if I make this 2, it's just this -1. So, ah, jeez, this is gonna be so big. Oh crap. I'm gonna break out at this point. There's no way I'm gonna type it into that. So this is this already bracketed? It is not. Okay, so this is the inner width minus this -1. Well, let's do the unit. The unit is column width right here. So it's this. Oh, you can't copy and paste that in there. I think I already did. I already pre-bracket this. This gets so hard to track. That's this one, that one. So we don't have a I can't tell if I've bracketed this correctly, but we're gonna take. You can't copy and paste it. So it's gonna be column width. Is it because it's capital? No, I don't capitalize variables. Okay, I don't know what this is called. Call width. Okay, cool. Call width times call count -1. I think that's what it was. Oh, you can't copy it. Fuck. So what is this one called? Call count. I'm fucking lost in this gigantic expression already. I should want to do this in Vex somewhere else. Okay, so this is a thing multiplied by this thing -1 and close it there. I don't know if this is parenthesed correctly. We'll find out. I'm going to copy this in case I like somehow delete it by accident. Well, okay, that worked. That's not correct though. And then multiply or divided by. Oh, I have you. You can't. I don't know what the visual of that would even look like. Then this whole thing divided by. Divided by this exactly by call count. I think. Yeah. So just call count. This one. Did I just type a parenthesis instead of a divide? I have no idea. Paste, apply, accept. So that might be it. We'll find out. I gotta place it though. I think that's close to it. And then technically, I believe this is exactly that, but you switch it to all the heights and widths and stuff like that instead. So let's see if I can just do a quick switch out of here. This is where these Vex expressions kind of start to fall off. It's like they're just so long. It's like, what the hell? Like, I would want to break these into subvariables and so I can even look at the expression correctly to debug it. So shelf width is probably shelf height minus side width, which is going to be, instead of side width, it's going to be top height. Call width is now probably row height, which hopefully I just named it row height. Like this. There it is. Perfect. Gotcha. Call count is now row count. And row count, call count is row count. Maybe. Nope. Oh, we screwed something up. Didn't like it. Maybe. Something's wrong with the expression, and that's definitely not the right height, so that makes sense. What? This one. Are you going to tell me where it's wrong or what? No, like apply. There it is. Bad reference top height. Okay, so top height's not a thing. What do we call this thing? Tabletop height. Fair enough. I should just use the IntelliSense. Apply. Accept. That looks reasonable. I think those are... that's probably the dimension. Then we'll extrude it. And then place it. Sure. Oh, that's it? Is it out already?
Well, the digital is out. I would have done better.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Even like his head.
I saw it.
But then, and then what's over here?
Hold on. Yeah, well, you were, you weren't, you, well, you weren't eligible, so. What am I doing? I'm extruding doors. It's my favorite thing to do. There it is, extruded. Okay, so that's probably the math for that door placement, considering they're all the same. And then we got to use this grid to get the points for it. Shouldn't be too bad. So we'll put this one here. I'm going to merge them separately because they will be different materials probably, and probably the same UV rule, but I'm still going to keep them as a separate concept or separate group. So this tree is looking like this. That's how this is how they're common, into a range in the center, and then we break off again here into another group range. So what do you got for me? Let's figure this out. The template's actually fighting me at this point, but I'll leave it up. Okay, so number one, we're looking for points. This group is going to get modified. This is going to be our door points. So we kind of already had this going before. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted it, but I had half of this working already. So now we're going to be doing points, and we're going to, oh, actually from this group range, I can start it here. We're going to do, wait, you can just select them off the top, can't you? Wait. That's an easier way. So we're going to do the columns one. This one. Wait a minute. No. This one. Call count. The number of columns is this way. That's it. So it's this one into both. Chops off the top row. Then we go every other row from this group range here. Right, so I'm looking for 6, 8, 16, 18. Those are good numbers. Those look like they have a pattern that's like reachable, especially because it's a grid. Like it's always should be pretty much possible. So we're not making a new group. We're now going to subtract from door group points. So we're going to subtract from existing. And now to remember how to do this. I did this before. It's like you're selecting all of them. So how many are there here? There's 5. So it would be like 5 and 10 in this case. It's not currently working. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 10. So what am I doing wrong? It's is it this? Am I subtracting? I always do this wrong. Relative to end. Oh, there it is. That was it. This is it. Okay, so 5. This is it. 5 and 10. So 5 and 10 are that column expression and that column expression times 2. So it's this. Gotta commit it to be able to edit it. Times 2. Nope. Except, so that's the every other. And now I need the every other of that one, like offset. So group range. Should probably just copy and paste it because it's all set up for me. But points, we're again modifying door points. Not that one. And that's replace. We're going to subtract. So we just subtracted everything. So I think we're going to start to do that. Okay, that's almost it. Is it just an offset of 1 now? That's it. Those are the door points right there. And so we're still working off of door points. These are the doors themselves. And now we do copy the points. This is the geometry, yeah. So this is backwards kind of. It's like that. And then we say points, door points. Make these all kind of look the same. So those are doors at the origin, and they're grids, so we only have to move them forward. Now we're transforming before the merge, right? Yeah. So we'll transform them. I might submerge them there. Well, I could just throw it right in there after another transform. I don't think it matters. I'm gonna have to come group these in a second though. Pretty soon. So, oh, and then I could put like handles on them and stuff like that, but that's all. That happens up here. Wait, that happens here because this is just placement. This is the replicator of these orange ones here. So we're gonna move this one forward half depth. That's right there. Times 0.5. Those look pretty reasonable. Let's merge them back into the main graph, network, whatever, and look at them with UVs at the end. And untemplate the merge. And kill point numbers, and that's not right. So I see like through them. I'm not calculating something correctly. Something's wrong. Now, is it the placement or is it the dimension? It looks like it's the... Let's go back into... Let's go ortho front. Let's look at the... It's probably both. They're probably both slightly wrong. It's like a ×2 instead of a ×1 or something like that. Like, let me kill the offsets down here. The offsets aren't even hooked up. Yes, that's right. They're not hooked up. Their dimensions look very close, but their placements are a little off. All by a very reasonable amount, though. So let's go look at the point grid that we're working with here. These are the points. So we want to... I guess we don't have to template it. I'll template from here. I see. The point, this inner grid does not take into account this. It doesn't take into account that these are different, that this width here exists, or this height. It assumes like a zero width thing. It assumes those are both 0. So if I add that in there, how does that affect this? We kind of have a... that is... That's a tricky one. This actual grids throw me off a little bit too. I need to turn off the actual grid. So this grid. It's the grid one. Nope. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so that placed it perfectly if there was no thickness to these inner dividers, but then you have to kind of like... I've got to make multiple grids. Oh, that's kind of rough actually. Okay, this grid thing doesn't work with dividers. It works for windows. Like if there were no border or margin, this would be fine. Oh, now what am I looking at? The dark line is the grid, and the gray line are where are the doors placed in the wrong place. But I think they're the right dimension. I think the door dimensions are right. The sizes are right, but they're just placed off. So by how much? They are wrong by this divided by 2 in this direction, and this divided by 2 in that direction, and this one on that one. So I don't see an easy way of manipulating that to happen. What are those placements? The only way that I know how to do this is to make the grid this unit and then find out the middle, and that's kind of rough. I don't really want to do that. And the whole other grid is based off of it too, so this doesn't work. Oof. So let me go back. Let me look at the final the issue with parameters is like everything has these like all the math gets harder. Like if I made them all the same width, it would be one calculation, but now it's actually two. It's in both directions. So let me look at from the front. It's real close. If I can just figure out how to make that grid work, but if I change that, I'll have to make a new grid basically. This is very close though. Let me look at changing the these base ones. So that breaks it, of course, to have 0. 1 is fine. That's one big cabinet. 3. The UVs are taking a second to calculate. We're mighty close. It's that grid manipulation. So let me go back to something that's like 1 and 2, like this. We'll go, we need to see it. I need to see it like this. Maybe. Okay, then let me see if I can figure out that grid math to put those in the right place. It's centered, it's the center of the openings, right? So do I have that somewhere? Front. Okay, so say I want just this placement on this axis. Like what is the middle of that one? So we basically take, it's the same math that we use to calculate the width of it. Because I calculated the width of this first unit. And so the first placement is half of the width from here. And then it's another half width plus this divider width plus another half plus half plus a divider width plus another half plus that half calculation again. So I could do it in vex based on that formula, and it's the same thing going up. It's going to be half, other half plus the divider plus half multiplied for all the middle ones, and the end ones have just half. So it could be a vex placement for each one. So we do like we just place them with a copy and transform. Vex, it's basically like a vex copy transform, where we have the first index and the last index are just half of whatever this calculation was, and otherwise it's the full height plus the divider, which is known, which is like just a straight parameter. It seems like the only way to do it. I don't think I can do it with my grid trick. If I drop these to 0, let me try that actually. If I change the inner dimensions here, if I change these inner dimensions, these ones to 0, it works perfectly, right? Like but it's when I add those into the mix that the grid doesn't take that into account. So I could make them 0 and it's done. that would do it for now. Like let me put this back onto quick shade. So if I drop the thing I'm trying to bring to is something like this. Now the top head's like gigantic or something, right? What's up with this? Like it's it's like 10 centimeters, like that, like 0.05. It's kind of hard to see with this texture on it. If we don't do those inner, if we don't need to see, well, here's the thing currently. Those doors don't open and close. I haven't figured out how to script exporting each door panel separately as a static mesh, because that's what would have to happen. So currently there is actually no point in even having those inner dimensional, those inner shelves. I just wanted to have, there is if we don't have doors. Do I have a door? I don't have a door generator. So let me switch let me give this an enumerator, because I can worst case put that mesh out today and we could start using it, and keep working on this one. We want an enumerator, or not an enumerator, a toggle for if we even want doors or not. So door bool generate, yeah. Except And that's a switch off of somewhere here. This. Yeah. So we either have this one or we do not. Null. Switch the order. And this drives this. I saw some Z fighting. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. So technically I could push this. Oh, maybe that's what it is, you know. There's no space between the doors. That's the thing that the width would have given us. But we could output this completely fine. You don't go inside of it. And we could then also output with the doors off. And then we put back the inner dimensions. Like 0.01. 0.01. Those are very thin. Yeah, 2 centimeters is pretty realistic, actually. And then we could put out this version here like that, right? But you just can't have the doors and the dividers currently at the same time, which those are shipped. Those are meshes that are going in a video game, so that's the idea. I just have to think a little bit harder on. I'd have to write the vex attribute, wrangle whatever, to place those, or subdivide the grid by like an insane amount and then figure out the math. And I think the group range falls off at that point from being useful. So this has kind of been, this was overdone because I can't even use this grid to do the placement. So I don't, oh shit. I can use the grid if all the doors are perfectly stacked together, which they want a little space and they want the margin part figured out. And say I want a square door in each one, I can't do that right now. And then have them open, but we got most of the way there. It's UV'd. It's a game mesh. It's gonna go okay. So given time, is it? Yeah, given time, this is it. That's the progress. The placement of the doors needs a little nuance. That's it. They need handles and stuff, but I'll do that later. So I'm gonna prep this one up and then ship these back to the engine. Versus keep working on this. So that's my producer call at this point. We're done. So let's look at the materials on this object. Footer's different. These will all be the same. Countertop's different. So there's 3. So where is the countertop and the footer? The footer's down here. That'll be easy. This is the countertop. Luckily I named things, and that's the grid. Okay, so we're gonna need to group there's no reason I can merge this down here. So all of these, wait a minute. Oh yeah, those are, okay, so this is the outer box, the inner shelves, the back, and the doors are all going to be in there. And so that's all one material here. So this is mat group shelves. It's like the main one. We'll turn on our countertop. Oh, we're just not viewing the ends. Let's view that. Wait, what? Where's my... Oh, no. Where's the countertop? Crap. What did I do? Where is that? Oh, I disconnected it right here. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Now, this transforms up there. We want to keep these things separate. These can merge like this. They can just straddle it. And then we group. I mean, is the stand a different material? I mean, it could be different. I could definitely see that. Our placements got effed up. Okay, so we're gonna group and then transform. Ugh. Is this overdoing it? Why am I doing it like this? Then those transform together. Yeah, that's it. This feels weird, but that's the logic, I think. And do I group? I'll group. I don't. know how I'm gonna group this. Do I group it here? Because then the group always exists. I think the group doesn't exist if you put it in the switch, and I don't know if that's like an issue or not. Find out. And then this one is mat group counter. Oh, I know. And then we're transforming them both together. And then this is the stand, which is like kind of overkill to give it its own material, but that's not how we're grouping. Like that, and kill the original one connection. And so this is mat group stand. So those are 3 material groups. We got to throw normals on this at this point too. So we're done with geometry here, and it becomes kind of like the cleanup part. So generate normals. Put UV quick sheet at the end. End up bypassing it usually on the way out. It's just for preview. And then we'll do material, which we don't have a material network yet. MatNet. So this is, I'll call it MatNet shelf. That's enough. Here's the shelf. 1, 2, 3. I still don't know how these get ordered. Complete. It's a fun mystery. So we'll say shelf. Mat 2 is counter. Mat 3 is stand. So we'll just RGB these. R green and blue. All done with that stuff. And if we did let's preview it. This always gets bugged out too, actually, but if we did it right, we just select the group here. So group shelves is material shelves in here. Shelf. Didn't do it. Oh, there we go. Now it does it. Now we see it. Second material is counter, which is counter. And third material is stand, which is the stand. Ah, cool. Actually updated. And then we output. And I need collisions. Which actually, never mind. The auto-generated collisions for this, I'm sure, could be completely fine. But I could send UCX right back to this. But I think the auto collision is going to be probably fine. Though you won't be able to put stuff in the shelf. Never mind. Oh no. Oh goddamn. Because we do want to put stuff in the shelves. I do have to generate. That's rough. Complex collision it is. That's the other solution. Complex. It basically is a complex collision. I mean, you need to build a line trace into the shelf, so that's what it is. So that is the object. UV'd all set up. Only thing kind of effed is the door placement's not perfect, but can still be done. And we don't have handles for the doors, but I could go do that, I guess. Like, just stick a handle on the left and it's scaled based on it. Is that worth it? It's another material then. I think I'm gonna not do that. I'm not gonna do the handles. The doors themselves are like, could be a whole day of just generating all the different type of like doors that could happen for this, and then why build that into this HDA? I think it's going to be its own. So the next question is, what are good dimensions to push this out at? So let's bring in, it's Tommy, right? I should get this right. Yeah, Tommy, what up? So it's gigantic at the moment. Gigantor. So the first thing is that depends if this is a prop or a block. The blocks have like a kind of Fortnite-y world grid system underneath them. The props don't. They are just like free placed with a local world grid, with a local snap, right? It doesn't talk to like the big grid. So if this happens, if it's a prop, which it probably will be, what are we gonna do for you? If it's just a prop, then I don't have to even worry about these offsets. So I'm gonna offset him back down, actually. World grid has like a whole bunch of other things I have to consider to make it work properly. So is this still driving this one? I'm not sure. But in general, like a height of 1, I don't see that actually updating it. So I'm gonna go back in. Maybe it did. It was just so small, the difference. But now it definitely will. Alright, like this one. I'll make it something like obvious. 0.5. Okay, yeah. So 1 meter is like a generic video game barrier. Like if you wanted to crouch and be covered by it, 1 meter is like kind of like a jump off point. We're not generating those. We are generating the stand. I do want the stand. So 10 centimeters for that is a lot. I feel like it's more like 5. So 5 centimeters for this little footer down there. Looks a little low. You can't tell until you're in engine, which is good. I should probably start using Houdini engine again, but for reasons I'm just not. I'm going to make it. Maybe it should be. Maybe it should be 10. I don't have like a good. 10 just seems like maybe like 8. 8 centimeters for that kicker. I wanted to see the dude. That's the whole point of making him. There you go. Ghost him. Yeah, something like that. And then the next one is the countertop. So it's 5 centimeters for the counter. That's a lot. I think like maybe 3. And I think these inner ones are a little heavy too. So that's 8. That's 3. So we just added 1.1. Is that right? 0.11 to this. So basically 0.1. So this is like 0.89. So that makes this about 1 meter tall. The thing is, then the windows need to be countered because the windows are world gridded. Anyway, this is a close dimension, pretty reasonable. And so looking at the depth, that's 0.6. Let's see what 0.5 is. So that's half a meter. That's pretty good. And then our width should be like something on the 100 grid. So it should be like 1 to whole numbers, basically. So that is 200 wide now, 200 centimeters with a little bit of overhang, but like essentially it'll snap in. That's a pretty good one right there. And open face. So I'm going to put the doors in it for this one. So I'm going to drop out, I'm going to take these inner dimensions. I 0 them, which is going to kind of make some weird geometry in there, but you won't see it. So this is not great, but... and then I'll drop the row count back to 1. So this is like my kind of like school by the windows. And then we'll also, because I'm planning on putting these next to each other, I'm going to take the countertop and drop off their width offsets back to 0 so that they perfectly stack. And I think it's depth offset. Oh, is it not going to go? Oh, I see. The back is kind of taking that over. I want a little bit more. So that's 5 to like 8. And it's, yeah, I wish I pushed it forward. I could still do that, but I'll have, it's going to go into the wall, but you would never see that. Or you won't see it. So I'm going to do like 0.1, 10 centimeters. That's 10 centimeters. It's actually 5 because that's what's happening. It's 5 because it's splitting it both ways. So that's, I'm going to actually, those are pretty big. I'm going to add another, that. Yeah, that looks like pretty correct. So I think for like real world counters, we're a little tall, but for video game counters, it's going to be kind of perfect. For like, if you make them too low, the character, you have to look down so much to actually look at the top of it. It's a good compromise to be about here. So with this now, these will stack perfectly into rows or whatever, but they will not stack perfectly into the interior of our world grid house yet. So that will have to be something a little bit different. But that's a good counter. And so I'll push this one and I'll make like a couple variations real quick. Test this one and then I'll make the variations. I think with these I could basically, I'm going to build like 5 probably like right now. So let's export the first one for the day. Time is it? 11. Definitely got here faster than the that school thing yesterday, the school shelf thing, school chair. What did we just make? Shelves. I'll just dump them into here. Shelf H-type 101. Not gonna name them any more than that. FBX, we gotta choose the path, which is this one, and export. And we'll just do advanced complex collisions. Confirming this working, I'm gonna make like a couple different ones and see if I can make a school with it. I guarantee I can, but just make the school. Not open. Engine is off. So that shelf generator, once I put handles on it, and I'm gonna take a break for the day on the door placement, but there's a way of getting those doors in there. It's probably Vex, just to be straightforward with it. I mean, I know the formula. I just have to like work through how I don't know how you duplicate objects in Vex, and just a couple hacking through it, Vex stuff. But place each one of those doors, put handles on them, and those are final. They need normal maps. They need normal corners to be smoothed out, and ideally I'd like to not take those back to Substance Painter, but we could also just make a couple like master smart materials that keep texel density no matter what the scale is, and you just drag them on there, bake it, and go back. Like, that would be fine. That means that there's going to be all these, like, each one of those has like their own material, though. It's kind of expensive, like resolution wise. Not resolution, texture memory wise. Like, if each one of those is pulling in their own 2K texture, it's like, that's not very good. That's not going to work on the old iPad. So it'd be better to just have them like pull from a generic. That's a question. It's just like a balance of draw calls versus texture memory. You know, if we do it this way, there's more draw calls. If we do it, because there's like 3 or 4 materials per object, each is a draw call, and then, but we only load up one. Where does this keep coming from? This keeps like regenerating itself. Do I even have Maya still installed? I don't know. But we could also make it one draw call. It comes from one texture sheet, but then it's like costs 3 2K texture maps per object, per set of objects. And they're all just going to be like wood, something like kind of generic. Not too much distress on them that's like unique. I don't know where that Autodesk desktop ad keeps coming from. Isn't it possible to bake the maps in Houdini? Yeah, but I could get the normals, but I can't get like the I don't have like wood generators and stuff like I do in Substance Painter, or like, you know, I've seen that you can do like curvature, you know, get the curvature of the side then, and then like, you know, use that to mask off where you're placing stuff. But that stuff in Substance Painter is like built in. It's like so much faster. But I've seen people doing that kind of stuff in Houdini itself. Maybe if I get better Houdini, yeah, the whole thing just lives in there. That would be ideal. It's like if I can start to do it all in one app. It's just one hip file instead of like hip file and an SBRAR or whatever the substance ones are called. I don't know. We'll find out. So this is like the Houdini track record. Not most of these are Houdini, not all of them, but most. Just these aren't, and the telephone poles aren't, but everything else is Houdini generated at this point. So we made shelves. Shelf 1. Let's make sure there's nothing like basic that's wrong. Yeah, generate a collision, but we'll use the complex. It never likes the smoothing groups. I thought the normals fixes that normals tag I threw on there fixed that, but it's nothing visual that we'll ever see. So nothing's flipped that I can see. 3 material elements. So I'll build this one into a prop, and then I'm gonna make a whole bunch of different shelves, and hopefully they look good. And if not, we just keep changing the params until they look good, and never have to UV actually anything by hand. So I do not have the. I got to spend like a day in Substance Designer a bunch of materials for this kind of stuff yet. I didn't have the props to know what to build, but now I do. So we are going to call the, I don't know what, these are props. Oh, there's that too. They're props. So now why are these ones? Oh, no. Those got implemented as props too. I'm pretty positive. I'm gonna put it in residential, which is not great, but that's where they're gonna go. I'll iterate. I'll do it off of the dining. Well, I'll do it off of the dining table blueprint. I don't think there's any code in that, so there shouldn't be much code in any of these. So we're just gonna start up the shelf, single is shelf, right? Shelf 01. So we're gonna have a lot of these over time. There shouldn't be any coding in this class. Right, it's just like empty. It's just pointing to a mesh for now. Where'd you go? Oh, it's there it is. So I made like a shelf table, but whatever. Oh, it didn't retain any materials for that switch, so I gotta go get those. Okay. Instances. What do we got here? Oh yeah, I'll make it. So I have no idea what they come in. Yeah, I just completely guess. So that's the tabletop, and then that's the footer. I'm gonna make the footer just like kind of this dark. It's just gonna be black when I choose this material because it's never gonna have enough light to activate the reflection, so you'll never. It's just black. I'm just reusing materials that are already gonna be called out. So I guess I could make it white. I don't have just like a wood, which is insane. I don't have just like a wood, but I'll go make it in substance. I could just leave them as white for now. They're just white. That's fine. So that one looks fine. I'll go. I think I have a classroom kind of built already. So they don't have they don't have like any actual space between them, so you can't see that there are multiple shelves. It's not very good. The UVing with wood would actually help a lot because then you would see like the pattern breakup. But when I figure out the door placement math, we'll have there'll be space between them, defined by the column widths. So there'll be little gaps between them. But this will get it there for now. Did you check out the Substance add-on? There's also Labs MBaker. Well, I'll keep looking into those. I did see that. I don't really know how I would use it, but yeah, you're like using native Substance Designer. I always forget, like SB-RARs or whatever in here. And then what do you bake out the textures to? Like I don't fully understand that workflow yet, but I can kind of understand why you'd want to do it. But I still just make my textures in Designer and then meshes in Houdini, and I combine them in Unreal Engine. Because you have to make the material instances, so like I don't really know exactly how I would use it. If it's like a visual effects pipeline where you're like rendering out of Houdini, then I think it makes sense. But I still like controlling the. Again, like I have to make material instances, and they have to go into like a data table, and so like I don't really think that that's gonna happen. In Houdini itself, but I feel like that's probably more for people that are like gonna render right out of Houdini. Structures? No, this is a prop. Oh god, this database. This thing needs help. So we just made residential shelf. Where are you? Shelf. That one. Okay, so make like 4 or 5 of these right now. Furniture. So let's see if the ray tracing gods are with us today, if I can turn that on, or it's gonna flicker. So we have this school. I'm just gonna bust through here. So we want to get rid of these essentially. I mean, we want to get rid of all of them, but so this window is not ready, or it's not designed to have a 1 meter right next to it. It's not gonna look very good. But I think I like its height. So let's start up here. I should probably just grab whatever wood material that is. I just gotta go spend like 10 minutes and make a wood material. It's like just flat wood, like a wood plank. So I'm gonna swap out of this mode. It's centered. First of all, that's not gonna work out. It needs to be edge aligned. So I'll do that in the prop. I'll do that in the blueprint, because there's no way to place it on the 10 grid if you center the object. But, you know, you get close enough, but I'll make it perfect. So those windows, we need windows that are 110 centimeters from the ground, actually. And I have that generator, so I'll go make one of those real quick, too. They will snap together, ooh, but they're centered in the wrong place, so, you know, it's not perfect. So that's the toe kick at 8 centimeters. It's hard to tell. Without materials on it, it is rough to look at, but that height's about right. That's what I want. It's like mid-height, right? It could probably be a tiny bit lower. We could generate these, but not with the little shelfy things in them. Are there collisions on those? There are. I haven't done different collision channels yet for things like that. Like this should not collide with like a pawn, basically, but yeah, so they don't have materials, so it's hard to look at them. And like do I have a wood material? I'm gonna just throw some like crappy wood material on it, and we need windows that match it, but this is the beginning of that this journey. Okay, so let's take this one, and I have to have some sort of like generic. I think I do actually. Do I have a material? I don't have just a wood material. Oh, there's this. That's gonna look crazy, but I'll try it. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That's not gonna look very good. That's the wrong one. I mean, that's the idea. It's just scaled for something that's much smaller. So these got UV'd all. Oh no, they're unique. It's just the texture is just not meant for this object. But this texture, like scaled down, would probably be okay. So which one of these was the top? I forget. Is it this one? That's the top. Okay, so I'm gonna make that one back to being white. Not from here though. From these are like the new ones I'm starting to generate. We'll make it shiny white. Yeah, that's how it is. Let me go look at that. So this way, again, heavy on draw calls, but light on texture resolution, texture memory. White's not very nice in here. Yeah, and without the actual like space between them or the handles, it's like it just looks like a big solid piece of wood. But the block out's okay. So I think in general, I'm gonna just generate these without doors, like because the doors aren't ready, they don't look good. There's no space, there's no handle, it doesn't look very good. So I'm just gonna do this one, no doors. So can I still control this out here? No. Oh, yep. Oh, I am. Yeah. Okay. So this is still controlling it. So we'll do this, and then we'll just do our dimensions at like 3. I think they actually need to be bigger. And I'll do 2 rows like that. So they're gonna Z fight, but that's okay for now. So I'll do file, export, and we'll just completely overwrite that one. So the ones with doors just don't look good yet. We got to do a little bit of door work. And all I should have to do is hot reload this right here, and everything should still be working. I gotta save this. Nope. What? It's backwards. That's what it is. That's why you couldn't see the fronts of them, because they were legit backwards. Okay, so maybe they looked a little bit better, but I still think this is the approach for now. They're actually snapping like pretty easily. They were backwards. We were looking at the back. I was like, oh, this looks kind of like it's one piece of wood, because it legitimately was. Okay, well. Anyway, that's the nice part about Houdini. Technically, you could just bring in the HDA and generate it, but this is, I actually think this is faster, because you do have to bake them out. So I think for this, not using the engine, Houdini engine is actually faster. And it's just simpler for my head. So those are okay. The materials are like hot garbage. Let's make this one over there and replace that. So I don't know how to save the presets, but they're also like kind of generic. I can get back to them pretty easily. In the quick demo, they show procedural model, which they change, and the material changes with it. I guess there's... I just haven't worked it in yet. I'll keep looking at it, I guess. The advantage to probably be that if you make multiple procedural objects from one, that you don't have to bring them into substance one by one. But can you bake normal maps into it as well? You can make like ORMs. I just have to do the full pipeline. I don't get it yet, like how to use it, but I understand seeing them together. I just haven't done it. So our shelf height in this case, say we just do double. I can't type expressions in here, right? So it's like it'll just turn into that. So that's like 180, 1.8. Is that right? Something like this. He's a tall dude. That's about right. So, and then we'll give it a couple more. I'll keep it this exact same width. I'll keep the same toe, right? And we don't need a countertop though, right? So take that off. And I want it to be a little taller. Then we'll just go straight 2 with it. 2 will still fit within our thing pretty well. This is like lockers now. Actually, if I write the door panel to just have a locker, you know, when we make the door HDA, if I make like a locker version, these are lockers now, basically. Right, pretty reusable. And then it's just about the material we put on it. So we're not going to put doors because our doors look kind of bad at the moment. They're just cubes. And so let's just change our row count to be like 3. I don't know what this shelf is, but maybe 4. And so that's like a full one, and then we'll do a half one. Right? We'll do like a 1 meter one as well. I gotta tell that thing to use complex collisions. I don't think I did that. Okay, so we make another one. This is type 2. And pretty sure that worked. So I'm gonna just make the version that's 1, like this. Trapping our dude in there. And so we're going to drop the column count to 2. Yeah, and that's like the half version. So we'll do file, export, type 3. So we just made 3 shelves for the price of 1. And once I get the doors, we'll make like doored versions of it. But I need to export the doors as separate so they can like open on their own. So it's not fully automated yet, but eventually. That's like one of my next tech challenges is to be able to export panel things separately. I've seen how it's. Oh, it's not that. Actually, I know how to do it now. I forgot. I got it. You make them like where you put the LODs. Those are each meshes. That's it, and then you don't combine mesh on import or something like that. I think that would work. So there's a bunch of shelves. We'll just use We'll just use the basic collisions for now. So I just gotta generate the blueprints, stick materials on them. These will have only 2 materials, right? It's just that's nice. It's like auto calls them off pretty well. So I'm just gonna make 2 blueprints for it, and we can look at those as well. And I'm starting to replace the shelves. Where here? So shelf, duplicate. We're single monitoring this, so this looks all like crazy. Usually I use all 3 if I'm not streaming. So we're gonna switch it for the mesh first, and then we'll figure out what the materials want to be. So we'll switch it for this shelf. These orders don't make a ton of sense in my head, but it's pretty close. In this case, I'll just make the bottom wood too. That sucks. Okay. Yeah, there's Z fighting, so I gotta have one be dominant or not. I'll basically make these inner ones like in a little bit, just by like half a centimeter. Any fraction of a centimeter back, and you won't Z fight. And then this one is this one. Yeah, so like really generic objects and not like, you know, taken to like the final level of like basically generating nice materials for them, but there's a lot of those I have to make. So this should hopefully make it much easier. 1, 2, 2 more. So like this is it's like I still have to like add them into the data tables and stuff, so it's like I don't want to like I still do a lot of it by hand. This connecting stuff. Right, your shelf too. And I gotta go make all the icons for them and blah blah blah. That could probably be automated in Houdini. Just like render them right out of Mantra or whatever. What's the new renderer? I don't know. I've never even used the old renderer, so I don't even know. So these aren't even shelves anymore, but I'm gonna call them like shelf 2. It needs any sort of icon to be able to click it, and we'll say furniture. Same thing for this one. I need to go select it. It's that one. Did that actually get the right? It did. Okay, good. So that one's selected in there now. Shelf 3. No description yet. That and furniture. Save all. We're good. Yep. So get rid of these. I still haven't made this desk yet. That's fairly easy. Other props, yeah. So it's going to be shelf 1, 2, and 3. So 1. Oh, I'm sorry. This is 1, 2, 3. So 2. Okay, they're coming in facing away from us. I gotta flip that. Too close. Oh, are they still backwards? Oh, I didn't save it. Well, anyway, I get to test it again anyway. Those will be good once we have materials for them. So the meshes are fine. This is just not a nice layout over here, but they're working. The local snaps they kind of work for this room, but you'll never get them perfectly placed, but they do a pretty close job. What's one of these look like over here? Okay, so I'm delete this back wall. So yeah, I mean those are, you know, for most people they probably wouldn't even notice I switched them out. Little Z fight. Bad material, can't put doors on them yet, but it's getting there, and it generates this counter one as well. So there's kind of like this like science lab one where it's like countertop, which it's basically this with less shelves in it. Looks pretty good. I saw there's a voxel mesh SOP node which makes one geometry out of the input. Perhaps you can use that for the collision. Yeah, as long as the shape is like convex, that's all that matters. Something was just beeping. What the fuck is beeping? Okay, so this is the current state of the classroom. It's held back primarily by this terrible floor I made and this terrible wood texture. So I really gotta step up the wood texture materials for this to be like look nice. But this is already like a classroom in my opinion. Like this is we're already done. This is enough. We'll do more shelves, but this gets it. That's not my desk up there, unfortunately. So this is all mine except for you and this frame, but that's nothing. And this desk is literally this cabinet with a tabletop. It's actually like it's this minus the middle two, which I have no way of doing that currently, but it's basically one counter. It's like one of these boxes with our countertop on it, and then like a thing between it. So I don't know if I'm going to make a special thing specifically for that, or I'll just assemble it as a static mesh and merge it together in Unreal Engine or something. Small props will be coming up relatively soon. I guess I might take this classroom into that level, because I'm going to go... I'll make a wall real quick. What time is it? It's 11:30? I got time. Like, so now I need like the big structures for it, right? Like, I need to design a floor ceiling, because these are the same things here. For this, windows that line up nicely for this, like if I put the bottom of the window at 110, it'll be perfect. And I was gonna do school classroom doors and walls. I gotta go look at some door references, like what the panel will be, but it'll be something not that different than this. And I was gonna put like the windows at the top. I thought that would be a cool to make it different, so you can kind of see into the hallway. That's very classroomy. So let's go see if I can generate this. I don't know what kind of trim I have for it at the moment. But yeah, let me see if I can get my window generator and generate a wall real quick. Oh, it's not going to do dual side like this. And I haven't written the trims either. I haven't done trims in Houdini. Okay, so I have a little bit of work with the wall generators still to get them up to this level. I have the window part made in the stash, or the trims. And this is like an interior trim on the outside, so this was never very good. And then those is the top. Okay, well let's go see what I got in Houdini. I have some progress on that. So this one's pretty good. I'll just keep coming back and figure out the door math, make the doors with handles on them, and that's shelves. Doesn't, for a video game, doesn't need like a too much detail on it. I think the rest of the work is really done in the texture. So my wall windows, there it is. Okay, why was I in here before? Oh, for the doors. Oh yeah. This door one. Okay, so I'm gonna save as. I haven't really figured out how I iterate these yet, because I'm about to change something kind of major about the. I mean, I guess this is how I'm doing it. I don't know. I'm just making things and then just figuring out like what doesn't work out so well in the end. So I have 2 windows. Oh, I've just been duplicating these like whole sub networks. So this is the exterior set. I guess I'm gonna just duplicate this entire sub network and then just try to make a new one. Like these are my prefabs of these. So we're in this wall window here. So I didn't expose much up to the top HDA. There's just like this control, and then there's like 2 other HDAs in this one. So it's not ideal. But anyway, so our wall height for this one is 3. For these for this set. And I don't need an awning, so where is that? Those are the windows, I need those. Where'd the awning go? This looks like an awning. We could just cut it for now. Saves a little work. So this window generator here I wrote off stream does something very similar. Mulligan columns. Oh, here they are. Yeah, I was like, oh jeez. So this will allow me to change how many windows are in it. So we're doing a 400 by 300. I don't know. I gotta get the other things lined up. So this one has like a bunch of params on it. So I need like a. Or they're separated like all over the place. So we want to hit this bottom height. Like that's like the main thing. And it's a little wonky because you don't actually you just offset it. You don't know that dimension. That's not a parameter. So it's a little weird. So the window height is 2. Right? Okay, so if I do 2, I have this offset here. How do I make the bottom 1.1? So at 0, so that's the problem. It's like I have to like figure this out by hand, and it's not gonna probably work. So the easiest thing to start with is making the window height 1. Right? So that makes the bottom. This is 300. This is 150. This is 1 right here. This is 100. So I need to offset up 0.1 at a window this size. But if I change the window size, it's gotta change again. But if we do 0.1, this bottom height is 1.1 now, which is what I'm looking for. But then if I scale it, it's gonna screw it up. So it just requires too much thinking still. But like I do like 1.5. You know what? The other way of doing this is to go to the front, which I drew this one into Z. So it's the right view. That's fine. is that 110 is right here. And I'll just do it by eye, like this. So 0.38. So 0.35. It's 0.35. That's pretty good, and that gives me 40 centimeters at the top. That's probably good. We'll see if this lines up. Wait a minute. So this should technically, if I did this right, this is exactly the height of that shelf we just did. So going back into perspective. So we could do one that's like the full size. We could do like 4 windows. Or we can, I could make as many variations as I need to, but. So this would be like the full one. Is this the number of windows? We'll actually make another whole set of that. So to do sub windows, we go to the window generator, and I'll crank the columns. So like 4. That seems kind of reasonable. And if I do this, they're like kind of like double hung windows, but they're not offset, so they're not like, they don't really look like, they're close to double hung windows, which is kind of what you'd expect in that classroom, I think. Doesn't look that good, but I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna just dump a bunch of, you know, static meshes into this, and we'll see how it goes. So we're gonna start export. Oh, I don't have trim. I don't have any of the trims. Hold on, let me go turn the trim generator on. I think it's on the wrong side. Okay, so if I turn this on, yeah, that's an exterior dressing. So I haven't made interior trims yet. That sucks. That's too bad. So I'm gonna just kill that. That's the one for like the outside of like the fancy buildings. I need to make like a basic one that's like a picture frame and like a sill. Just like really simple for like stuff like that. So, and we also didn't split this wall in half to have inside and outside materials like I would want. So these are all basically interior walls where they're the same. That's still fine. It's still gonna get this house school prefab shipped at the end of the week. That's the goal. I just hit a hockey. I don't know what it was. So I'm going to export this in a slightly different version of it as well. And then the windows at the top. So it's all the same HDA. That's the kind of the nice part about this. So export film box. Not the shelf generator. We're now doing wall window 3. And where's this going into shelves? No, we got to pick the right folder for this. These are, actually I don't know where these go. They're here, wall. Oh no, there's a wall window folder, I saw it. Wow. Wow, and these are 400, 300. Okay, so my disorganization is hitting me about right now. This is the first 300 wall I've generated out of Houdini, so we'll just call it type 101. H type, no underscore, 0101. Wall, 400, 320. Does this have the collision? Nah, we don't. We don't really need to have like a cutout collision for the windows. But I will when I remake this wall piece to have like 2 materials on both sides. As an it'll be a checkbox. Okay. So let's go make sure that worked, and then I'll make the 2 other versions that I want to bring in for the wall pieces. So that's gonna go into here. That one. Make a collision for me, no materials. Doesn't like the tangents. That's fine. Okay, we're seeing 3 materials, which are going to be wall, window, pane, and glass. So that's correct. We don't have the material for the trim because there's no trim on this one. That seems fine. So the next version of this I want only has 2 of these. Oh, we did go for the double hung, huh? Okay. And then on this control, which is this one, we're going to make our window width 1.2, but then have 2 windows. So that variation, but that should still be the same height. It's just broken out with 2 windows. Like that. So same file, export, type 2, export. Make sure that one comes in nice, and I just have 1 more for the interior wall that I want. And I still have to make the door version of it. But I won't do that today. Pretty much could though, actually. So yep, there's the second version. All UV'd, everything. We don't generate collisions, but it's okay. It's not exactly how a double hung window should look because they're like they should be offset back, but I didn't write that yet. I can just regenerate this later. And then the third one I want is actually just one window, so we go back to one window. The width is 3.6 again. And we'll go back to having 4. That's columns. And there's just one row. And it's like this little window at the top. So the height's like kind of small. It's like this. Maybe like a 0.5 window. Now the trim's a little obnoxious, the depth of it. But all the trims are parametric. They're all back here. If I want to change them, the sash dimensions. We could put mullions in them. I probably should have. I could go make them again that have mullion versions, but I want to put this one up now, here, and it needs to have at least 10. So the quickest way to doing that is just to like look at it here. It needs to have. It can't go above that, or else it disappears into the ceiling. Now these are subdivisions of 20, so it's actually here. So I'll put it about there, whatever this is, whatever that. Wait, so this is. We lose this. We lose 10. Yeah, I lose 10. Then it's like a margin of 10 and of 20. So I want it, yeah, there, whatever that's going to be. It's 1. That's not right. So it's like 1 minus something to do with this height at 0.5. Wow, it's so bright and snowy outside. It's like, I don't know. It's 0.95 for today. Yeah. Okay, so I want to push that one out too. Oh no. So wall 3. Yeah. So that's, I mean, I don't even have my full like Houdini pipeline set up yet, but that's record speed for for making 3 different walls with windows. With UVs and all that such, all that detailing. And that's what I hope this becomes, is that like I have all the walls and all the stuff, it follows all the rules I need, and it's just, it becomes like a creative decision. It's like, oh, now I want 6 windows and they're this tall, and it's like I mean, I'm making like so many meshes, like this 2 weeks I've made so much stuff. I mean, and like I continue to use them over time. So it's been productive for sure. So these are blocks. These have special rules, and so I'm gonna dump these into residential, because they're the same height. Some of these have a lot more going on inside to make them function. But I think if I start duplicating off of, these are named so bad, not good. Now's the time to kind of start changing this. So I still haven't figured out how to name these correctly. I'm gonna just drop the residential off the end. That's a mistake to commit that kind of metadata into the name. It should just be it should be class dimension, subclasses window, and then iteration. So all these other ones are kind of a mistake already. And we're gonna have to do material swapping on them. So we'll see how many materials this thing came in with. Oh no, these are separate objects. This is before these are before Houdini. These ones. This is, I don't want to do this anymore with all the different. This was for simplicity, as I'd assemble them in the blueprint, but now I can assemble them in Houdini. So I'm gonna make these all just one mesh. Make sure we're not editing the wrong one. Yeah, okay, 04. So I don't need those, but I do need that new mesh I just made. So this is a little painful without 2. I'm gonna bring out another content browser. Just put it off screen. Yeah, it's over here. Okay, so let me go get those new meshes we made. Where are you? So Windows, that one. Here. There. Oh yeah, and the orientations are full crazy because of I have not figured out how to make those align yet. So X is this way. This doesn't have a front. Oh, it does have a front and a back actually because of the glass, so it does matter. So the glass is going to go facing exterior this way. And this goes there to snap with the wall system. So 3 materials, wall, window, glass, And that needs to make its way over to here as well for a block because the material changes. And these will all be the same because they all got generated from the same Houdini script, I think. It depends if I like turned off different materials or different objects. Okay, so this is now we're doing materials. So I need white at the bottom. I'll just do one at a time. It should be the same. I shouldn't have to do this twice though after though. So we're gonna go to these ones. No, instances. Where is that? Here, this one. Matte white for the wall. That's this one. And then we'll do metal and then glass, which is like a one-sided chrome. Metal. That didn't work. Oh, that's the glass. Okay, I see. I just... Oh god, I screwed up. This here. And then I need that like wonky chrome material that is... It's never supposed to be used as much as I'm using it. That one. That. Okay, so the outside is like this and the inside looks like that. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad materials, but it's a start. And the snapping rules are 400, 400, 300. So that's the global grid. We'll get fed that. And so we just have 2 of those now, and all the materials are the same. Oh no, I'm not done. I gotta do these have to match the static mesh. So it's that sucks. Okay, well I just gotta do it once. It's this one. Jump back. That one. This one, and jump back. And that. So now if I duplicate this, it should be the same for those other 2 walls I made. And then we stick them in the database. So residential, we've made new window walls. That's you. These names are bad. That's 05. This is 06. Give it a second. Save them all. 05. 06. This should just be mesh swapping as long as the material IDs came in the same, which we'll know from looking at this direction. So our second wall of the day was this one. Looks good. And then the third wall was the one that's going to be like the classroom interior hallway one. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we'll try them. So these go into a different database. Blocks database. We made 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's go get the classes. And then I don't have thumbnails, so they're all the same. Resi. So it's this one. It's time to start to close these, actually. Takes performance to even have them open. 1. 2. And 3. So we're gonna go rebuild the classroom, and we're gonna call this. I'll just call them classroom, even though they're not. It's not really, but class wall 1. Random thumbnail. Oh god, do I have to spell residential now? Residential. I'm gonna copy residential. Is that how you spell it? Okay, this is gonna be called class wall 2. Random thumbnail. Residential. Class wall 3. Random thumbnail. And yeah. So hopefully those were spelled right, or else they don't show up. So in residential now we have class wall 1, 2, and 3. Let's look at them out here. Where's the sun? Sun's here. 2, 3. So those are them snapping in there. The wall materials need to be cleaned up a little bit, and these don't have materials for them yet. They're just I'm just kind of reusing other ones. So, these are no good. Oh, I have it. It's this. So these should line up perfectly now. Yeah. So it's like they kind of go together. That's at the exact same height as that. So they line up nicely. And over here, I'm just gonna kill these. This one's a door, right? I'll leave the door one, but then we have this, which these look out into like a what would be like a hallway, essentially. My performance is getting kind of sad right now. So say this is a hallway. This is like not a great material for a hallway, but right, you would have like a classroom on this side, same thing, like this door. Just copy and paste this one here. It's a very wide hallway, probably just one. Like that. Again, these walls are not meant for this, but like this is like a hallway. You put lockers down it. Another classroom. This classroom. What happened to my big shelves? I kind of like these thinner ones here. They don't take up as much room. Oh, and they fit pretty perfectly under the thing here. That's the thing with like mixing and matching kits, is that like you'll take these, but then like they overlap in like a really ugly way. So as I continue to build these together, I can always just like change the parameters, but they actually fit perfectly now. This looks pretty nice actually. Like this is perfectly under there. This is perfectly under there. We just need a door. Going quite well. So I'll save this example one. Let's see. I'm pretty happy with that. Old reminders list. So school wall, kind of done. Blackboard. Shelves, definitely did the shelves. We'll come back and do. Maybe when I turn them into like kitchen cabinets, that's like a lot more involved. I'll rate the door math then, because I think the open face ones here, it's like time to move on. The blackboard, which is just like a generic picture frame maker, it's not that different than the iPad generator I made. And then materials, really. I need to drop ceiling material or model it out, and just spend some time with like wood, metal, different types of dirt on them, and just swap those into this. And then I might move on to making like height fields and terrains and stuff. Turn that off. I don't want to do that. Pipes. This set could probably use like a couple pipe, like you just like snap a pipe right here, and it just goes into the ceiling to nowhere. Let me ceiling this one up. Lockers is probably, I bet I could generate lockers with that shelf generator. Let me go do that real quick. Actually, I'm just gonna make these into lockers. Where they just don't have like the texture that makes them look like they're actually lockers. But these shelves, they're working out for me. I need a small prop weak, so it's like make a book generator, made a book placer that puts them in there and that sort of stuff. I mean, basically, like if I make like a writing utensil generator, I can make it so that it generates pens and pencils, and just one by one make the everything, and then generate the versions, and then do like little like clumps of pre-placed ones, so you don't have to literally place like one pen at a time. It would just be like a messy desk. You just drop it on there. Damn, the performance gets kind of bad looking back this way, and this is without even there's no transparency in there. These are just like full metallic, really lightweight materials. So, and then it's also starting to design like some wall textures for this, like so they're not white by default. Like just kind of make some like nice hallway ones. These walls need trims. They need floor trims. At least the option for a ceiling, but definitely floor trims. They need that. It misses it pretty badly to not have them. A little bit of just substance designer stuff, designed specifically for that. And the ceiling, once that ceiling has like drop tiles on it, this is for sure a classroom, like the beginning of it. Take this thing. I never switched their collisions, but we haven't tried to put anything in them, so it's been okay. Can't look in currently. Lockers. What are lockers? It's just like without the texture on the door, it's like they're not really anything. But let me see if I can go. Well, is it even worth it? I'm gonna just see how the generator does with it, like what it looks like. I was looking at them before with the I was looking at the back, so I wasn't even looking at like the front of the shelves. But it's nice that this is like half working. This thing needs another day. It just needs some trims on both sides, literally rectangles or a profile here, and then it's all Substance Designer to make this thing look like something nice. But and then we have this weird ass Houdini bevel, Houdini Boolean geometry. Could be done better probably. So I have my shelf generator, and we basically want to make like we'll make it unit 4 again. Wow, that's 4. That's a lot. But I want to make like a full wall of lockers and just see how it goes. I do want these stand, but I don't want any offset on width so that it tiles correctly. All right, little one at the bottom though. That's fine. Depth I think is okay. Could probably be a little shallower. So that's a 0.5. I'll do like 0.4. And then it's just like a large amount of rows or columns, like 8. Even more, 10. And there's only 2 of these, right? That's pretty lockery. And we really just need doors that look like locker doors, which is pretty much a material on a cube again. Don't need a countertop. The stand. Okay, so I was gonna 0 these to make the doors. Actually, I'm gonna play with it a little bit. Let me generate the door. We just need like a little space. That's all. Now these width offsets were never set up. Oh, if I just hooked up the width offset, this would work. I just need space in between them, and it's like already pretty lockery. And then I need a material that would make sense for it. But what if I mess with this? Because it's broken, but I might be able to like make it work. Oh, it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Like I'd rather like there be some breakup and there's like holes in it is the problem. Like again, the placement math is wrong, but like those are lockers. We just need doors that have like a little locker hinge on them and then material. But I'm gonna export this for lockers for now. Jump back out here. File export. Wow, it's crazy right now. I'm gonna take a picture. It's like sunny, but it's like full sunny and blue skies, but like everything's covered in snow. Looks fake. So we're not doing walls anymore. We're back in shelf world. Shelf type 4. It's a full row. Nah, it's not the window either. We got to do the this export. So just a little bit more work, and this thing is gonna generate like everything, like just like all the things. We just need to start iterating on like the door panel, and just get that placement math a little bit better, and this is gonna be perfect. And I like that I don't even like. I'll just spit out like a crappy one and just know that I can rebuild it later. Shelf. This one. Yeah, make the collision. Those are lockers. Just need little hinge handle and a material. I don't really have a metal material for this. What's the... Oh, the stand has a different material. That's probably good. So this one's a prop. I'll just put it in here. Is that where I'm putting... Oh yeah, shelves are here. Yeah, so we'll just put them there. This all needs to get reorganized at some point. Here we go. Where is it? Where'd you go? Oh, there it is. Just like a big rectangle. Wooden lockers. Kind of too long. I probably should just make them like 2 meters and then just put 2 next to each other. 4 is like kind of ridiculous. Like that's gonna... It's not very flexible. So do I have like a quick material that could kind of work for this? I might put like the metal material on it. This one. They're just gonna look kind of dark, gross looking. Yeah, they're so dark. I think I might have like a metallic. It's time to make a generic metallic. So I'm gonna make a metal. Can I do the roughness? I think I set this up right. So I'm gonna make an M metal red. It's actually going to reset its material every time, so I'll make it a white metal. So it's basically full reflection. Oh, I can start to use this for the windows then too. Okay, so I generate... Whoa. Whoa. How come I can't WASD anymore out here? Anyway, so I generated ORMs that are like kind of generic. So that's a metallic ORM. Oh, then I can't change the roughness. These are... I didn't put a roughness attribute on this. It's because it's always driven by the ORM itself, but I could have built into the master material like a parameter to affect it, but it's like you don't know if it's I still haven't designed the master material out very well. Okay, so it's gonna be full metal if I do that. That's not what I want. I'd rather be plastic then. So I'll give it the white plastic material and I'll color it in game. I open the master. So we're not gonna add in. Did I just add a new? I did add a new mesh. So I'm gonna just use the shiny white and I'll color it in game here, like that. That's fine. So that's a prop. There's no script. There's no construction. Nothing. Those are the lockers. And I just have to add it to the database. That's all. So the prop database. It's here. Make a new one, brings me to the bottom, and put it in residential. It's shelf 4. Lockers 1. I wish I made it 200 wide now. Furniture. I'm just pulling it off of the new, because it's first in the prop list. I don't even go into the subcategories. So, lockers. There's the front. So this, I mean, that pretty much gets it done for me. Even with the bad placement, that's very close. So I will bring in. So it's backwards. So we want to flip it in the blueprint. Like that. Guess I can give some space. I don't know how lockers look in the real world. Oh, it depends which way you're facing. Yeah, well. Okay, those are kind of like lockers. Paint gun. I was gonna make him blue. Yeah, there you go. Blue shinies. Sometimes shiny looks more like metal in Unreal Engine, the dielectric, because like if you don't have a reflection capture, it's just gonna reflect the sky, and then it may not actually look like metal in the end. Whereas this is more of, you know. Like I could make this material look like metal pretty easy. But it looks like plastic at the moment. Like very, very shiny plastic though. So yeah, this is the beginning. So this is you fighting pretty hard, huh? That's because I placed the pivot kind of poorly for the objects though. But I threw away the oops. Gonna delete this for now. That looks insane, so I'll put it here. Never mind. We just need a. Oh, actually, I think I have an interior door. This should work for that. Yeah, this one and this one will work pretty well if I do. Oh, I see. I thought that was a wall. I was like, that's broken. I think it would be. It could be all sorts of things, but like this. So now it's at least white on both sides. So we'll make better textures for it. Yeah, this is schoolish. Change up the ceilings. Let's cap this wall now that we have an entrance into it. So what walls are we using here? It would probably be this wall. No, it needs to be the interior wall. It's this one. Has trim, it's just white, just kind of hard to see. I could probably put some more of these back here. This is all up to the user at that point, but I'm going to make a prefab that kind of shows it. And then I just need props, little proppy things that go all over this, dress it up, and that's That's pretty close to a classroom. How about here? I like these walls a lot. That's kind of does a lot for me. For making it different than the other sets. The lockers, you know, just materials need to be better. Need a specific door for that one. But yeah, okay. So classroom's coming together. Classroom stuff. So what's tomorrow? Blackboard, that's super easy. So that's first up. Blackboard, we'll make that. It'll sell this whole thing really quick. Then I think it's going to be a bit of substance designer stuff. Yeah, so I want drop ceiling and I'm just going to write it wood, like kind of like wood shelf desk material. I need that. And we need, oh, like a metal. I just need like a flat, generic like sheet metal kind of thing. Those are all easy. And I need a blackboard material. Pretty easy again. And I have the drop ceiling already. Is that it? So that's what I said. So blackboard and then materials. And this set's probably a wrap for now. I mean, I'll keep building things out, but that'll be a blackboard. I'll just keep shipping that desk. I don't feel like making another one. And the combo of this and that looks like a school. We could do blinds, like snap-on Venetian blinds for this. That would be kind of nice. That's a maybe. That's fairly easy too, like Venetian. Just to dress them up. Venetian blinds. It's like 2 days. 2 days of work. And then what's today? Wednesday? Probably ship this update Monday or something, Tuesday. Then I gotta go make all the UIs for it, all the thumbnails, all the test it, make sure everything's working together. Oh, the performance is getting, oh, it's these trees. These are, yeah, okay, those are a little heavy in 4K. Oh yeah, classroom vibes for sure. Should probably get it. Those actors are coming up soon. We're gonna fix those in a bit. So the blackboard is the picture frame. So I should, maybe those become the same update. I'm definitely gonna make the footers all wood. I think that's gonna look better than having these like darker versions of it. Once I have my new wood texture. I could also spend some time making like random ass school props, like microscopes and shit like that. Like, I have to do that at some point, so. Could be this week too. Just start making small things, like books. I'm gonna write it. I don't know when, but I'm gonna put that in here. So we're gonna say like books. That's a whole one. I'm making a night. So books, pencil, pens, and scissors. Yeah. Really books. If I make like a very good book generator, then I can make like a ton of fat books, tall, like all sorts of stuff, and then that would really bring up the dressing of this quite a lot. That if there was like pre-made stacks of just different books that you could scatter in here really quickly, and now that we have this dimension, I can make clumps of books that fit like right into those, that sort of stuff, and just like pre-arranged like paper pencil, kind of like what you would probably dress this with anyway. Same thing here. So paper pencil stacks, book stacks. That's small props, and like that's pretty much this room. I was thinking like a pipe, like a couple snapping pipes just to the ceiling, so you'd like kind of snap like into here. And the Venetian blinds that I write that, and that would be great. That would feel really good to have that set kind of built up. Okay, cool. So that's gonna wrap it for today. I think what did we do? We did these shelves. Yeah, and they're multi-purpose, and as I make that HDA better and better with more variations, I can just come and like replace these instantly. Real simple. It made lockers that are okay. Made these shelves, made those shelves with a counter, and those, the half ones, yeah, all from one Houdini file. Yeah, I think the Venetian blinds are going to be helpful because we don't have like actual glass in it on this side with like a dirt map on it to kind of break it up, so just covering them with blinds will look nice, and it'll make the sun coming through here kind of look kind of cool. Where are you? Where's the sun? Where is it? Oh my god. Oh, we gotta go lower. Oh, those don't let light through on this side, do they? No, they don't. Okay, so that's something else too, especially with ray tracing. But this as well. These have shadows. These cast shadows, so you can't actually get light through here unless you flip it. What's that gonna look like if I do that actually? Let me come out on this side. Oh, Looks like that. And now it'll, this would like, yeah. We will see. That's really bad that those don't let light through now. Because like this window material design was for like the kind of the facades where you, if we just looking at the building's outsides, this really does not work very well for, you know, what we do, we just don't generate the windows at all. We do, just don't generate it. Like in my window HDA, they all have the option to not generate the window, and that's why. So that is kind of a pain in the ass to regenerate those because I just don't remember the settings, but just no windows for now. Just until I sort how I want transparency, like how expensive to make that glass material, I just don't have it at all. Ah, crap. So I can get back to that other prefab. It's pretty easy, but if I go to the window generator here, I can just say no glass, so it won't generate that. So I'm gonna do that for this piece. It's already set up, so I'll just try to regenerate those windows real quick, and that'll wrap it up. So it doesn't save the export settings like per HDA. It's like kind of per session, because it's still trying to do like the shelf. Like it doesn't like remember that. So these are the window walls type. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, it's the third one here. I think, yeah, it's that one. That's gonna have to be a hard re-import because the once you change the element IDs like that, it doesn't update it correctly. That's window 3. Let's go swap that one. Okay, my meshes are here. Or we'll see if I re-import this. Let's see if it updates the materials. I think there's still gonna be 3. Yeah, there's still 3, even though there shouldn't be. So, but if I delete that now, the blueprint will freak out. So I'll have to swap it and then delete it, and then it's going to be a root check and blah, blah, blah. This one. Yes, yeah, that's another way. Yeah, overrate it. Exactly. 2. Okay, there's still 3. It's still throwing the glass material at me. Maybe that's a Houdini thing. Like, I thought it would have stripped it out. But maybe I made the material group. That's bad overall. It's like an extra draw call for this wall for no reason if I leave it like this, but how am I doing the materials that that's not being stripped out? I thought for some reason when there is nothing in the group it would strip it out from this material call, but there's... Oh, you know where it is? It's in the window generator itself is what's happening. Like it's in here, and I don't want to open this generator right now. The thing that's generating that. Okay, so that's just what it is. I'm not going to change it. So what were these dimensions? This is the part I don't know how to save these. Like, well, like the presets I put in here. I still don't know how to do that. So I don't know what this was. Like 1.5, maybe. And let's go to the front, and the main thing is that this has to line up at here. So that's this offset here, like this, 0.35. That looks pretty good. That seems fine. And that's at 110 right there, so that was like the idea. And I don't know if I like the double hung window. The casement windows are less likely, I feel like, in a classroom. So that happens in the window generator here. We'll do 2 rows, and I could put I think I'm going to put the mullions actually in them. So we'll do 2 and 1. Yeah, kind of break up the shadow a little bit. So we'll export this one. I think the export script is still set up for this. So export here. Just have to change it to be. It doesn't really matter. We're just hard gonna overwrite it, but I think it's that one. Export. And then the other version, let's make sure that works. So if I import it, if I overwrite it like this, it'll ask to overwrite it yes, and then that fixes the material IDs, but it's still going to give me the third one, so. You actually, I wonder if I delete it, if I lose the glass material. I think that might be, I think this still might be holding on to the old one. Let me iterate from the export here. Let me check that actually. If I make it, it's type 1, but iteration 2, export, and then I import it as a separate. Is it still going to have second iteration? Does it still have 3 material IDs or just 2? They were designed to strip them out. Yeah, they're just 2. Okay, so it's that same thing where it won't refresh them. Because I designed these to strip out the materials as needed, because those are expensive to have, lots of those. Okay, so that was the issue. So I can re-import that one if I change its name, but I'm just going to do this one now. And so the other version of this, we put a split in the middle, which gives us room to put a column in there, which would break up the profile of the room a little bit. So Windows will now only have 2 like that, and then I switch the wall control to have window width is now like 2, and we have 2 windows. It's too many. There's 2. So the width is still way too much, like 1.3, and we just don't have doubles. I guess I want this, and I'll drop out the sub window, so we'll just have 1 column like that. So they're kind of like big double hung windows, but I want this I want to be able to put a column here. Yeah. Okay. So this is so the safest way to iterate this is to go into the second wall, second type, because we dropped an element ID, we dropped a material, and Unreal Engine won't update that for you unless you like re-import the whole thing, but it's already hooked up to a blueprint, so this is the way. Then we just update the blueprint. Yep, only 2 material IDs, and then clean delete out the old one, or leave it, whatever. Just makes the project bigger. So we're gonna switch those out, all 3 of them. Actually, that one's already updated, and then the light should come through. Because if light doesn't come through, then this is all useless to even like have the windows. And I think I like it better with all the extra detail because they're so empty otherwise, and there's no glass material to really help it look like something. So we'll save all before we hop in. It's these 3. I think this one's already updated. Has an extra element ID that's doing nothing, but oh well. This is the full window. Oh, this is the double one. That's fine. What's that? And now the materials are wrong. So this is the white material. Let's switch the mesh. We're kind of in that mode. Wait a minute. That's 5. Let's go get 6. Having multiple monitors is really kind of the way for this stuff. It's like window dancing. Mesh. This is the... Oh no! Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait, so this is 6, 5, and 4. Okay, I just did this wrong. So we have to switch. That one I did switch. This is the double one. Did I already do this? How come? Wait a minute. Wow, I super confused myself at the moment, but so that one's fine, I guess. So it's beam chrome. So I'm gonna close this because it's done. Beam chrome white. Beam chrome white. So that one's good. This is window 4. This is window 5 with the wrong materials, and there's only 2 now. I thought I need that white material. That has to be second. So that one goes here too, and we delete this one, so we lost a material. And then this one is technically fine. It's just again, it has like the extra material in it for no reason. So we don't have a version of the wall 1, I think it was. I'll just take them all. Nope. So that one, yeah. So that one can have a column. Do I have columns for this yet? I don't have columns for the residential set. We could also put these curtains on them, but they won't really fit all that well. We could do this one possibly for, right? Because that could accept a mid column. I just don't have one directed yet for this. Like you could do that. Just help break up the repetition once I have a nice modeled version of this. And now there's actually light coming through by default already, so that's what we're looking for. So light actually comes in now. That's important. Because that's what you're mostly designing. The window reflections are like, yeah, the secondary. Okay, so fix the windows so light comes through, and that should be fine. So I'll save this and be back tomorrow. Cool, see you guys later.